The world is a big, wonderful place, full of opportunities. No two countries are the same, and no two mobility programs are either. We know the complexities that come with moving employees and their families across borders, both for your business and your relocating employees. We can advise you on how to best develop or modify your mobility program. Whatever the size and needs of your business, we deliver a customized approach. And to simplify everything, we operate through a single point of coordination. From tailored advice to practical support, our robust knowledge of international immigration policy means you can relax. We'll assist in pre-planning, paperwork, visas, and everything else along the way. Our focus is on your compliance. Financial transparency and control are critical to every mobility program success. We can help you with both program budgeting and management of associated costs. We have a full suite of flexible mobility services to enhance all aspects of your program. Together, we can build the best international relocation experience for your employees, their families, and your business. Global in scope, human in scale.
Kia ora koutou, nau mai haere mai kia koutou te whānau. Salam alaikum, talofa lava, aloha, kia orana, and a warm welcome to this year's New Zealand University's Women in Leadership Symposium for our alumni and for the first time ever, our friends and colleagues. I am 𝗦𝗲𝘀𝘀𝗶cie, the Associate Director for Human Resources at the University of Waikato, a member of the National Steering Group, and an alumni of 2018. A warm welcome to each and every one of you from all across New Zealand, Australia, and further afield. This would have been the very first time that the University of Waikato was hosting this symposium online. But because of a tiny little thing called COVID, we were all sent on to an online world, and for the first time ever, we are breaking virtual ground. This year, spread over 2 days, we have a fantastic lineup of inspirational speakers. Also, throughout the symposium, you will hear from our alumni on their thoughts on leadership and their perceptions on what that means for them. You will also have an opportunity to go on to your developmental session that you would have pre-selected when you registered. NZUWiL now has an alumni of 568 women, including the 55 women that graduated from this year's discipline pod. Since 2007, we have run this program 26 times, and 3 discipline programs have been run. Our alumni have hosted 5 regional roadshows, and this year will be the sixth one, and for the first time hosted by the University of Waikato. Our NZUWiL Vice-Regal Patron is Her Excellency, the Right Honourable Dame Patsy Reddy, Governor-General of New Zealand. Given the success of this program, NZU has gifted our program model to the Australian Women Attaining Leadership Program, and we will be hearing from them later on today in our Compassionate Leadership session. Our academic program pilot, Te Kei Māori, is due to commence in 2021, and we're looking forward to bringing that to you. Recently, we had an independent review of our evaluation of our program, and the one thing that shone through in that evaluation was the power that our connections and our networks within our alumni have for you all. Thank you for joining us and for taking the opportunity to contribute. You will all now be logged on, so we are ready to start. During your sessions, you will be able to ask questions. In your virtual hub, you're welcome to go to ask a question, and you'll be able to ask any questions that you want of the panel. Your facilitator will have an access to those questions and will ask them throughout the process. Before I hand over to Dr. Sarah Jane Tiakiwai to officially open up the symposium, I would like to say an enormous thank you to Whare Wānanga o Waikato, the University of Waikato, for hosting and for being the major sponsor of this fantastic event. Also, a thank you to our other sponsors, Fisher Leadership, Crown Relocation, and L'Oreal New Zealand. Without these 4 sponsors, this event would not have been possible. Without further ado, I hand over to Dr. Sarah Jane Tiakiwai.
Tēnā koutou I runga I te reo karanga o te rā. Nau mai, haere mai ki te whare wānanga o Waikato. Nau mai, haere mai ki tēnei kaupapa whakahirahira, te kaupapa eke Panuku, eke Arahuta. Tēnei te mihi atu kia koutou e hui hui mai nei, I runga I te reo karanga o tēnei kaupapa whakahirahira, pai marere kia tātou katoa. Eke Panuku, eke Arahuta is a phrase associated with the successful navigation across the deep oceans. Arahuta was a Māori female atua or goddess associated with the esoteric knowledge of womankind. Gifted by Associate Professor Tom Roa, the phrase Eke Panuku, Eke Arahuta is seen in the context of the theme for this conference, When Women Succeed. It is entirely appropriate that as part of this mihi whakatau, we acknowledge the achievements of one particular Māori woman, the first woman to hold the portfolio of Minister of Foreign Affairs and the first Indigenous woman to hold this portfolio worldwide. The Honourable Nanaia Mahuta rightfully drew on the fact that as a country, not only is she the first to hold a portfolio like this, but really she is building on the legacy of our country, who are also the first in the world to give women the right to vote. In a Māori context, and again in the context of this mihi whakatau, there's much discussion and debate about the role and positioning of women in Māori tikanga. At the marae, there's often the perception that the speaking roles are often held by men, and they are the most important and therefore most powerful roles. However, most times our entry onto marae can only happen when we are called by women. These first and often female voices provide context, reason and purpose for why we are on marae, and these voices carry their own power and mana. Similarly, like Arahuta, who traversed the esoteric knowledge of womankind, each of us brings our own knowledge of what it is to be a woman into the world that we live in and that we operate. So many of our diverse cultural experiences and histories, or her stories, carry these legacies, and we bring these with us into our everyday lives and into our working lives. Eke Panuku, Eke Arahuta, when women succeed, celebrates all of this. I runga anō i tēnei kaupapa, nau mai whakatau mai ki te wharewanango Waikato, nau mai whakatau mai ki te kaupapa o tēnei hui whakahirehira, pai marire kia tātou katoa.
I think there are three basic parts of leadership for me. One is that a leader has to show vision to their organisation, to the people that are working for them, which means showing the direction or explaining the direction, and also having the confidence to know that the direction is the right one you're going to go into, and also having a plan about how you're going to get there, because people do seem to want to have somebody at the top of an organisation to reassure them that all their time spent working is for the right thing. So it's the leader's job to provide the vision and the direction. But then after that, I think that the next part about the leader's job is that they have to encourage and enthuse and provide the circumstances so that the people who are working in the organisation or for them feel completely motivated to do a great job and to achieve more actually than the leader can achieve by themselves. So it's really rewards, incentives, purpose, a whole lot of things like that, so that you provide other people with the opportunity to do things. Because I often say that leadership is something you do for others, it's not something you do for yourself. And then the third aspect is ensuring that the staff feel valued for what they do. So there's a whole lot of leadership which is about talking to people about how great they are actually, and especially great when they're doing something that is along the right direction. So for me, it's 3 V's. It's vision, providing the vroom, and the value, so that staff, people get on board and know where they're going and why they're doing it, and they feel good about doing it. One of them is actually working in a world of men. So men still dominate most workplaces, most senior roles in organisations are still dominated by men. Roles on boards, even though the number is improving, glacially slowly, but improving, there are still things that men understand between each other, much like women do, but because men are still in very dominant positions, which is the code of men that women just don't quite get. And so operating in a world of men is still quite hard for women. The Women in Leadership program I thought was really completely transformational for me, because it made me focus much more consciously on my career and making choices. So while up till that point I'd often said yes to things and taken opportunities when they were presented to me, it was more that I thought that I was an accidental academic. I just happened to be in the right place at the right time, and I just did things. Whereas once I'd done the Women in Leadership course, I thought, actually, I've got to be much more in control of where I'm going, what I'm doing, how I'm doing it, who I'm going with. And so I've been really conscious of that ever since. And the other thing was, I was doing it intuitively, saying yes to opportunities, but I realised that in order to be able to get further, you do have to say yes And it's only when you say yes that you learn how to say no, which is the thing that a lot of women feel, that they can't say no to things and have to build up and do everything. But actually, you do have to say no, but you have to say yes first and then decide which ones you're going to discard.
Tēnā koe, Dr. Tiakiwai, for opening our symposium, and for Dr. Robinson for your interview on your views on leadership. Our theme for this year, Eke Panuku, Eke Arahuta, When Women Succeed, really stemmed from a discussion amongst the organising group about what does success mean for women. Does it mean you have the title? Does it mean you have the salary? Or does it mean that you're a people leader? We realise that it means different things to different people. Brené Brown notes, I define a leader as anyone who takes responsibility in finding the potential in people and processes, and who has the courage to develop that potential. This really is the premise for our theme, that each one of us can succeed in our own way within our own sphere of influence and leadership. Over the next few days, we have some fantastic prizes to give away, just as an incentive to keep you online. We have 4 fantastic baskets from L'Oreal. They have everything in them, from face scrubs to facial masks to face creams to, take away 10 years. And if that doesn't work, there's fantastic foundations and hair products in there to help also. We'll be giving these away over the 2 days, and so we hope that you'll stay tuned and see who our winners may be. Next on our agenda, I have the honour to introduce the Vice-Chancellor of the University of Waikato, Professor Neil Quigley. Before I let Dr. Quigley talk, I just want to say, on behalf of the New Zealand University's Women in Leadership Steering Group, thank you, Professor Quigley, for your support of this event and for hosting it. Thank you very much. So therefore, without further ado, Vice-Chancellor of the Waikato University, Professor Neil Quigley.
E rā rangatira mā o te kahui wahine toa. Tēnā koutou katoa. Tēnā koutou I roto I te kaupapa o tēnei rā. Eke Panuku, eke Arahuta. Nā reira, e ngā mahi huri noa I te motu. Tēnā koutou. Nau mai, haere mai rā koutou katoa. It's my pleasure to welcome all of you to this online symposium of the New Zealand Women in Leadership Program, titled When Women Succeed, and hosted by the University of Waikato, Te Whare Wānanga o Waikato. Leadership is one of those topics about which so much has been written that anyone could be forgiven for being intimidated by the range of advice about how to exercise leadership and the observed characteristics of great leaders. In particular, it's easy to be overwhelmed trying to emulate the characteristics of the actions and the decisions of those who've been acclaimed as great leaders. So I'd like to take the few minutes that I have with you today to set your mind at rest. From my perspective, there are only a few truly generalizable lessons that you can take out of all of that literature on leadership. And understanding those key lessons will make thinking about your own leadership journey a lot less intimidating. To begin, authenticity is really important. People do not respond well to leadership that is not authentic. That in turn means that it is important that you develop your own leadership style, a leadership style that is consistent with the person you are, what you value, and how you want your leadership contribution to be remembered. In this symposium, you're going to hear from women who've demonstrated leadership at a very high level. And they have very different leadership characteristics, and they operated as leaders in very different ways in different contexts. To take a specific example, you're going to hear from 3 of my senior colleagues, Deputy Vice-Chancellors Sarah Jane Tiakiwai, Robin Longhurst, and Brian E. James as part of this symposium. I'm sure it won't surprise all of you associated with this symposium to learn that The secret to any leadership success that I might achieve can be attributed to the ability of Sarah, Robin and Bryony to make sense of my enthusiasms and to save the university from the most important of my potential mistakes. What will be apparent is that each of us has quite a different personality reflected in our own leadership styles. What we have in common is that we have learned to exercise leadership in a way that is authentic for us as individuals. In that authenticity and in our ability to work together as a team, you'll find one of the key lessons about the success of leadership that can be broadly generalized. All leaders need to have skills in group communication and persuasion, but they don't necessarily need to be natural extroverts or celebrities in the making. There are times when organisations may benefit from having celebrity leaders, but for most organisations and most of the time, the type of leadership that really produces the best organisational performance comes from leaders who combine personal modesty with a determination to improve performance and to champion aspiration within their organisation. In that prescription for leadership, there are two important concepts: ambition and determination. Very importantly, a leader has to be ambitious, but ambitious for the organisation that they lead. Many of us will have had experience of people who exude personal ambition, and we know how uncomfortable it can be to be around those people. But leaders who have ambition for their team and for the organisation also naturally attract support from their colleagues, and in that support is the seeds of the success of the ambition that they champion. As for determination, it's sometimes said that mere mortals can be great leaders if they are sufficiently determined. The well-known whakatauki relating to the legend of Tāne Mahuta says it all. Katahi te herenga e kake ai a tānei ki te toi o ngā rangi. Ko te herenga e te mahara. Literally, there is but one power that allowed Tāne to ascend to the heavens. It's the power of the mind. Or in other words, that with true determination and resilience, we can achieve great things. Finally, I'd like to share a unique feature of my leadership journey, and one that's really only been discovered this year. During lockdown, videos became the form of corporate communication du jour. But if you're like me and you don't find it easy to convey a compelling celebrity presence on video, then I have an answer for you. What you need is a photogenic border collie like Ella here. So from me and from Ella and from all our colleagues at the University of Waikato, we wish you the very best for an enjoyable, informative and productive online Women in Leadership Symposium. Kia eke Panuku, kia eke Arahuta, ngā wahine toa o te whare wānanga o Aotearoa, tēnā hui hui tātou katoa.
Thank you, Professor Quigley, and to Ella, the latest addition to the University of Waikato's whānau. Over lockdown, Ella became a beacon of hope, fun and laughter on our Vice-Chancellor's online updates. In a time of uncertainty for us all, and I'm sure for you too, Ella became feature of and a sense of relief on screen. And quite frankly, a topic other than, hey bro, you're on mute. Thank you, Professor Quigley, for your opening address. Next on our agenda is Dr. Farah Palmer, a fellow steering group member and a phenomenal wahine. Dr. Palmer was inducted into the International Rugby Hall of Fame in 2014 and is an officer of the New Zealand Order of Merit. Dr. Palmer will be launching the new university's Women in Leadership logo. You will not see this logo through her presentation, but you will see it afterwards on the screen next to me. Over to you, Dr. Farah.
Kia ora, ko Farah rangi koe pa Pāmara hau, ko Ngāti Manipoto, ko Waikato oku iwi. Kia ora everyone, my name's Farah rangi koe pa Pāma, and I hail from Ngāti Manipoto and Waikato, and I'm going to do a little bit of a blurb, an explanation of our Waitohu, our logo, and also our recently acquired Te Reo Māori name for NZUWiL. So some of you may be familiar with our Waitohu, our logo, which was designed by rangatuhi of Waikato and Ngāti Manipoto descent and adopted in 2010 for our alumni symposium. And since then, this taonga has been a respected symbol of what NZUWiL represents. The pattern, kōwhai, ngutu, kaka, also known as the red kōwhai, is unique to Aotearoa, New Zealand, and derives from the scroll or pito pattern normally seen in marae on carved popo, which are the wall panels, or as kōwhaiwhai patterns on the heke, the painted roof panels. This waitohu represents nature and symbolises the female element of a carving, Te Po Tuarongo, which was situated at Te Kuratini Marae on Massey University's Wellington campus. It represents two leading Māori deities, Papatuanuku, Earth Mother, and Hine Nui Te Po, Goddess of the Night. The internal half-crescent shapes represent uno nahi, or fish scales, emphasising rhythm and movement. And the roundness of the pito bulb is also included because, according to tradition, wood carving came from Tangaroa, god of the sea. To reflect the treaty principle of partnership and to demonstrate the importance of tangata whenua and te reo Māori, we wanted to consider a Māori name for NZUWiL, one that aligned with the meaning of our waitohu and the kaupapa of the program. So in early 2020, after several wānanga with Professor Oriini Higgins, Tūhoe, and Dr. Megan Hall, Ngāti Ranginui, Ngāti Tūwharetua, the name Te Manahua was chosen. We want to acknowledge Rawinia and Megan for sharing their knowledge, expertise and support in providing this taonga to adorn our program. Te Manahua expresses the moment when petals open, grow and become a flower. This aligns strongly with our waitohu that draws on the kōwhai ngutu kaka plant to symbolise the mana of female deities and the importance of women leaders who give of their time, knowledge and experiences to teach and tautoko the next generation. Te Manahua also combines the word mana, which alludes to power, authority and status, and the word hua, which means outcomes, results and benefits. This name and its component parts reflects the aspirations of our program to encourage wahine working in universities to build their capacity, realise their value and reach their full potential. Nō reira, me aro koe ki te hā o hene ahuone, pay heed to the dignity of woman. Kia ora.
Leadership's all about courage, it's about integrity, it's about being very optimistic. I think a lot has been done to emphasise the many abilities and understandings that women bring to leadership generally and in a university environment. I would still say that, having been an Associate Dean Equity for a number of years, women are still not represented in senior academic leadership positions. And I think that possibly reflects the multiple requirements that women actually face in life, particularly as members of families. Now I know men are members of families as well, but I think that places a different kind of burden and emphasis on women. Being out of the workforce, even for a few months or a year, can, I think, have an impact on how well women can really position their careers and move on. Well, it was a fantastic experience, and it was a really marvellous privilege to spend a week away from the daily trials of life, and you know, a lot of leadership really is about management in many respects. So it just moves you from one arena into another arena, which allows you to focus very much on what it is to be a woman who's with aspirations and responsibilities. So I think I suppose that the two key things would be narrative and networks. The narratives, the way in which women in leadership was structured was actually around essentially people telling stories, and some of them, many of them, very, very inspiring stories. Some of them quite utilitarian stories. So you left not only feeling uplifted, but at the same time coming away with some very practical tips. In terms of the networks, one had the opportunity to meet some truly remarkable people, not just in terms of the guest speakers, but also the women that came together at that time, and they came from a huge variety of different backgrounds, different parts of New Zealand, different university environments and different disciplines. And some were more research oriented, others were more involved in teaching or in leadership, and just that sort of milieu of pretty remarkable people was extraordinarily exciting and uplifting.
Tēnā koe, Dr. Palmer, for launching the New Zealand University's Women in Leadership's new logo. The steering group's been very excited to launch this logo. And thank you to Professor Rawinia Higgins and Dr. Megan Hall for your awhi in gifting us Te Mana Huia. Next up, we have a panel of inspirational women. I won't give too much away, as our very own alumni, Tania Heke, Divisional Director of Education at the University of Waikato, will be introducing these phenomenal wahine. First, we will play a short interview. No, we will not do that. I will just hand on over to Tania to take her session. Welcome, Tania.
Thank you, Hanley, and welcome to this session. Today we have three phenomenal panellists with us. We have Angela Swann-Cronin, Oriini Kaipara and Freda Grace. Angela has led the way for women in the Royal New Zealand Air Force. She's also the only Māori woman who has ever taken this journey. Angela, would you take a moment to tell us a little bit about yourself?
Kia ora. Nā mihi mai kia koutou katoa. Ko Angela tōku ingoa no Ngāti Porou no Rongo Whakata ahau. Engari e whānau mai e tipu ai hoki ki Rotorua. Kia ora everyone, my name is Angela. Although I'm of East Coast Ngāti Porou Rongo Whakata descent, I was born and raised in Rotorua, and that is where I live today. As was alluded to earlier, I started my journey in the military as a pilot. Back in 1997, I started that journey and became, not that I was planning to, but became the first woman of Māori descent to become a pilot there. I now fly for Air New Zealand as a captain on the Q300, and hence I'm dressed up like this. I don't normally go around all day like this, but I am at Auckland Terminal at the moment, so I've been flying this morning. Weather's not so great here, but I'm pleased to be here. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you, Angela, and we're pleased that you're here as well, given that you've been flying all morning today. Oriini is a New Zealand broadcaster and journalist who's led a successful career across a number of news networks. Oriini, would you please take a moment to tell us a little bit about yourself?
Ai, tēnā koutou katoa, ko pūtawa ki te maunga, ko rangitai ki te awa, ko kōkō hine te marae, ko Ngāti awa te iwi, ko te pahipoto te hapu, ko Oriini Kaipara ahau. I am Oriini Kaipara. I descend from Ngāti awa, Ngāti Tuwharetoa, Ngāti Rangitihi and NZUWiL tribes. But I grew up, like Angela, I didn't grow up in my hometown. I actually grew up here in Auckland, West Auckland, and I attended total immersion Māori language education. Mai te kohanga reo ki te kura kaupapa ki te whare kura. Toru te kaumutau taku pakeke I tēnei tau. I'm 37 now, but I first started in the industry, the media industry, when I was about 18. So it's going on almost 20 years now that I've been reading the news, largely in te reo Māori, but in the last couple of years I branched out and have been reading news on TV1, so you'll usually see me there. If not, you'll hear my voice in and around. I'm speaking both languages. I'm fluent in both te reo Māori. Te reo Māori is my passion, and of course that's my first language, so I tend to default to te reo Māori every time I get into a bit of a frenzy and start getting on a roll. It tends to come out a bit muddled in te reo Māori and te reo Pākehā. I grew up in West Auckland, but my whakapapa links me back to plenty and to te Awa Waka as well.
Kia ora, thank you, Oriini. Our third panellist is Freda Grace. She is a district commander in the New Zealand Police Force. When Freda joined the New Zealand Police, she was one of only 6 women in her wing. Freda, can you please take a moment to tell us a little bit more about yourself?
Kia ora koutou. Ina mana, ina reo, nau mai, haere mai. I whānau mai aho e te Isle of Man. E tuku papa kāinga tuturu e kore rārika. Tāpeka te moanga, Opua te moana, ko Freda Grace tuku ingoa. He piri me hana aho, nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. So I'm actually born in the Isle of Man. We came to New Zealand when I was 1. I consider myself a New Zealander. I grew up all of my life in the Bay of Islands, in Russell mostly. Went to school in Kerikeri as well. Been in the police for a very long time. I joined in 1984, was sent to Waikato, where I've spent most of my service in varying roles across the organisation. Spent the last year in Wellington, well, yeah, before I've been here in Tasman district for the last 5 months now as the district commander. I was the acting district commander. So that's me.
Thank you, Freda. Welcome and thank you for taking the time to join us today and share a small part of your story. I've got a series of questions and we'll just jump straight into it, I think. So each of you have come up against some significant barriers and challenges in your chosen fields. Can you talk to us about what some of these have been and what has enabled you to push through them? So Angela, shall we start with you?
Kia ora. Yes, well, actually, I do not know where to begin because there have been so many. Right from when I was a young girl, I was very shy and most people would not believe that I could have gone from what I was to becoming a military pilot. And around that time, Top Gun was a popular movie. I remember going to see that when I was younger, and at the age of 14, that's when I put my first application, well, my first thoughts about becoming a pilot was at that age. So I basically had to change everything about me. I was into my languages and art and focused more on those science and maths subjects, but everything I did from there on seemed like a challenge. But everything that I did to overcome that particular challenge just made me even more ambitious, I guess, and more hungry for the goal, which was, of course, to become a military pilot. So all-girls family, all-girls school, thrust into a male-dominated environment. Of course, there were many, many challenges, but again, each one of them, once you sort of overcome a challenge, you realise, if I can do that, I can do anything. And that's honestly what's got me through each and every one. Just having family again, whilst you've got, when you have children, when you're flying, that becomes difficult too. So I guess the normal things of juggling family and career, trying to prioritise things, those all become challenges. But as you get older, things get a bit clear cut. So I appreciate my wiser years and also being able to look after my mental wellness. So that's become a real big focus for me, is making sure those, myself and those around me, a mental wellness focus is the way I sort of overcome obstacles, focusing on that too. So yeah, lots of obstacles. Thank you.
Lots of obstacles, but I appreciate how you were focused on that goal and that initial Top Gun being your inspiration to keep going and be where you are. Thank you so much. Oriini.
I'm just sitting here reflecting on what would be the most recent challenge, I suppose, and I don't know if it's obvious that it's holding and maintaining a critical part in the mainstream environment that is broadcasting and media as a moko kauae wearer. So that was most recent, and saying that, I say it's not smooth waters yet, and the challenge really is to change mindsets and attitudes towards wahine mai moko kauae and tāne mataora in a mainstream environment. There's a lot of racism. I haven't felt that directly myself, but I know that it exists, and why I say that is not so much me denying that it exists, but there's social media, and then there's reading. Access today is so huge because of the internet. So people assume that they have a right to state some very, very defamatory stuff about, what I look like as a woman, first and foremost. But me being a Māori woman who's very, I'm very hearty about who I am as a Māori wahine. But the challenge was really my own perceptions about what everybody else would think about me reading the news on TV1 in Te Reo Pākehā, not on Māori TV. So the challenge was really facing up to that, my own inner conflicts about, there was always this ideal looking newsreader, whether you're Māori, Asian, or whatever, whatever ethnic group you belong to, which was your standard, short bob. There was this particular look for a very long time, short bob, blonde, sorry to say it, but it is, there was always this certain look. I broke the mold, and that wasn't my intention. My intention has always been to promote Te Reo Māori, to be, to inspire younger women and ourselves, our own generations, and Māori women in general, to be proud of who they are. It wasn't the intention to go in there and blow up, TV1 with Te Reo Māori and just force all this culture on them in one short period of time. But it happened, and it happened at a time where I think the shift has gone quite global nationally, where we're seeing a lot of other women, not just myself, but a lot of wahine Māori taking up the moko kauae, which has made my journey a lot more easier. Wouldn't say the same thing 20 years ago, 30 years ago, let alone 10 years ago. I don't know how it was then, but I do know now there's been a huge resurgence of wahine mai moko kauae that's made my life a lot more easier, being the only Māori female newsreader on mainstream TV channel. I wouldn't say I'm the only female with a moko kauae or male with a mataora on TV. There's a few of us, but I'd love to see more of us. The other challenge, and I'll just quickly touch on that, was when I came out of school, was actually not knowing whether or not Te Reo Māori has a place in mainstream in general, because I grew up in a bubble which was completely immersed in te ao Māori, aho matua, karakia every morning, every day. I came out to the real world, graduated, realised, holy heka, the world does not function the way I've been taught to function for the last 18 years. How do I stand on my own two feet? I don't really know how to speak English properly. I've got a good grasp of it, but actually applying it in an everyday setting. So that was the barrier for me, was actually believing that Te Reo Māori has a stand in this world, in New Zealand, let alone in the world. And it's been a long journey to not just for myself to fight those inner conflicts, but to gain status as a reo speaker. And I don't mean as a mana munching, I mean just for te reo to have its own status and be recognised, not just as an official language, but as a language in general that is being spoken by a small minority, but we're hoping to change the tides on that. So yeah, a few challenges along the way, but we don't have enough time for that.
Thank you. I love that you've talked about how your challenges are both about being a woman, but also about Māori, and how those challenges and conflicts intersect in where you've chosen to go in your chosen field, and certainly how you've broken the mould, or that there was a mould, and now you've attempted to break that mould and create a way for others who aren't necessarily part of that previous mould. Freda, let's move on to you for that question.
So I think, you know, there was definitely, in the early 80s, there were definitely challenges around recruiting, probably in the same way as Top Gun may have been popular for you, Angela. When I went to the recruiting office, the guy just looked at me and said, "This is not Hawaii 5-0, you know," and I was like, okay, that's interesting. So I guess it was, you know, there have been perceptions of, you know, like how you look and how you present. People made assumptions about you along the way. I think often, though, the biggest challenge has been me, you know, like actually backing yourself to believe that you can do it. And, you know, for me, that's just been a journey of taking everything one step at a time, and just keep going at it. I think probably really lucky in that I came from a family that, you know, there was no boundaries. It wasn't like you should be doing this or you should be doing that, you should be doing something else. For us, growing up was really you could do whatever you wanted to do. For me, that potentially actually led me down a path where probably I would have been at odds with the New Zealand Police initially. So I'm not quite, I can't really pinpoint what changed the direction I was going in, but it did. And yeah, I think often, yeah, for my journey and for a lot of the women that I see in the organisation, the biggest challenge for us is backing ourselves to actually understand that we can do it. And we don't actually have to tick off every single box for a job. You know, most guys will apply, they'll look at it and think, oh yeah, I can do about half of that and apply. Whereas women are more likely to look at it and go, well, I can only do 80% of it, I won't apply. So I think it's challenging. Once you have family, you know, kids and stuff like that, I think there are some bigger challenges around juggling shift work and, you know, childcare and raising children. But also, for me personally, on my journey, the family was a real tower of strength as well. You know, the kids would always say, you can just do that, Mum, don't worry about it, you'll be fine. So, yeah, there are challenges, and I think it's often just other people's perceptions.
Thank you. You've all mentioned that you didn't necessarily realise that these were barriers until you got in there. And you've all talked about the fact that your family and where you've come from has encouraged you just to do whatever you like, do what you want to do. And it's really a really powerful message for us to be able to encourage others with that same message. So the second question I have here, how have you been received by others in your chosen roles? So you talked about not necessarily recognising some of these barriers until you got into these roles. How have others received you? Oriini, shall we start with you?
Sure. Well, the reception from my peers and my colleagues at TVNZ has been nothing short of amazing, really, and I'm really, really grateful and humbled. And we know internally that, excuse me, we know internally that that hasn't always been the culture within TVNZ itself, accepting of more diversity, inclusion, and not being tokenistic about appointments, about having a certain role made specifically just for, so pigeonholing, you know, the Māori in the corner, or, you know, this certain person in that corner because it ticks the box. The reception since I've been back at TVNZ, I've been in and out of those doors since 2013, I believe, but in the last couple of years has been nothing short of amazing. Everyone's really, really supportive, really receptive. too kind sometimes, but you know, you can never get enough kindness in this world. And that makes my job a lot, well, it doesn't make my job easier, it just makes me feel safe enough to actually push myself as far as I can go. And I'm sure as women, we can all kind of relate to that, is if you don't feel comfortable or safe in an environment, you're not really going to shine or push yourself as hard because you've got too much, you know, your focus is distracted on whether or not that guy likes me or whether or not that lady is going to put me in front of the camera because they've got a 𝗦𝗀𝘀𝗀𝗀 and it doesn't really suit the rest of the lineup on who's presenting at the moment. In large, across the industry, because I work largely in multimedia, the reception's always been cool, has always been quite proud. Our people are proud. That's the common feedback that I get, inspiring to young women and women of my age or a little bit older who are also on a journey, their own personal journey to get a 𝗦𝗀𝘀𝗀𝗀𝗀, but also to branch out and become leaders in their own chosen fields. It's not just mainstream, it's not just media or broadcasting that I understand that I'm influencing. Women of all, you know, all backgrounds are feeling inspired, and not just by me, but by all of us, really, the collective.
Thank you. You said that the reception that you received was amazing, but you said that you don't think that it's always been like that. Do you think we're starting to make some progress?
I definitely believe that. I know, I feel that. I felt that the first time I presented, that was my concern, one of my anxieties, I suppose, one of the many panic attacks I had on the morning that I first presented midday news, the midday news bulletin. It wasn't so much about the perception that New Zealand would give me. I kind of had an idea that, you know, some people in specific areas of the country would not like this face on, you know, reading their news at lunchtime. But hey, that's a given. What I wasn't so certain about was how I'd be received by my peers and the larger newsroom. Of course, Te Karere is a small ecosystem that exists within a huge beast, which is TV1 newsroom. But when I stepped out, and that's what made it. When I stepped out of the studio, everyone just applauded and stood up and said, "Well done, you've done it." You know, now the job is, you know, the real mahi is just beginning, which is to carry on. Don't stop and rest on your laurels. This is day one of many days to come. So, you know, it's getting to that point. It's actually doing the bloody hard yards to get to the gate or to the door. Once you get in through there, that's when the challenge, you know, that's when the challenges I feel really kick in, is when, you know, it's holding and maintaining that space for the rest of us, for our wahine and for our mokopuna to come through. It's actually holding it and not giving up on myself when I'm having a bad hair day or something. So, yeah.
Thank you. Freda.
I think that this has changed considerably over my time with the organisation. You know, it's nearly 38-year journey. So I think, you know, initially there was some very set roles that you were kind of given. You know, technically you came out of the college all the same as constables, but it was quite clear early on that, you know, female staff members got to do different things. I think for me it was just a matter of, I did those things that I was expected to do. I tried to do really well. And then I just tried to pick off one or two other things along the way that I could also do really well that might be considered, you know, not your normal roles. But I always tried to make it just quite normal. Like, I didn't ever, you know, say this is groundbreaking or anything else. Other people around you might say that, but I just said, well, I'm just here as a police officer just to do the same thing as everyone else. I think it's definitely changed. It really has changed. The role I hold now in the organisation is probably, you know, perceivably, well, not the district commander role, that's an acting role for me, but my actual appointed role at Police National Headquarters is probably, you know, considered one of the bastions of male dominance. And actually, I've had nothing but amazing support from those people. It's, if you do your job well, I think that we're getting to a place where we just really don't notice. And in my district, you know, here, some of the best leaders I have in this district are female staff. It just happens that that's how they are. Like, I'm always really proud of that, but I try not to make it anything different. I just say this is what we expect of all our people, and the fact that the women should come as no surprise to anyone. You know, they are really good officers. I think, yeah, it's definitely been a very long journey, but we're definitely coming on the other side of it now.
Thank you. You've talked about the fact that the last 38 years you've seen some significant shifts in the right direction. Similarly, to Oriini, obviously you're suggesting that we're making some progress. What are some of are there any key things that you think, or key moments that you think have led us to this point where we're actually doing much better than we were?
I think from within our organisation, you know, there has been a massive mindset shift, and you know, every time we have, you know, in the 80s and early 90s, every time, you know, we had women who did something that was considered not normal, like our first dog handlers, our first members on AOS, our first officers into sole charge station. And, you know, I was really fortunate to be one of those people, you know, be a female officer sent to a sole charge station. But every time those things, you know, it's just incremental changes. And then from an organisational, the executive, you know, there's been a real emphasis on that within the organisation to really have an organisation that is reflective of our community. So we're, you know, the community is 50-something% women, so that's what New Zealand Police is aiming for. We're aiming for a wider diversity. And, you know, we have some absolutely amazing women working in our iwi responsiveness space, but across the organisation, you know, our latest Deputy Commissioner is Tania Kura, you know, female Māori. It's incredible just how the organisation is changing. And I think, you know, just accolades to everyone who's been on the journey.
Thank you. Angela, let's move to you.
Kia ora. Yeah, very similar to Freda. A lot has changed over the years since I first joined as a pilot, and even now today, I think how wonderful it is that we've got all these supportive women's groups set up in aviation. But at the beginning in the military, I think it was a mixture of surprise for people when I did join, wondering if I was filling a quota, which I was not. I was selected on the same merits as everybody else. So it was a surprise for them, but I got through the training. I had some really good mates on my wings course, people that helped get you through. Being a Māori woman, that didn't really come to the play until I graduated and I had media attention, which I had no idea was going to happen on the day. And in fact, it was Mihi 𝗦𝗲𝘀𝘀𝗀𝗀 who turned up with Te Karere on the day. And I was like, what is this all about? And then it was, at first I was very embarrassed because I didn't want to be put on a pedestal. So people started to think of me a little bit differently from that point. But I worked really hard to, I guess, blend in with the fellas. And that's what I did for many, many years. It's not until I guess I've gotten older and more wiser, had children, thought, no, I need to actually actively promote women and Māori women more and be more of that myself, if you know what I mean. But in terms of, yeah, I guess helping others through the same issues that I've been through. But I definitely would say that has changed, and I've had lots of supportive people. My whānau, I guess they were all supportive because they had no idea what I was getting into either. So naivety, maybe a bit along the way, yeah.
It sounds like naivety wasn't a bad thing there for both your whānau and yourself getting into this. I like how you talked about the fact that you, at first you thought, oh, just be like one of the boys, but actually once you recognised that you needed to stand up and be who you are, a Māori woman in this space, that it was okay to do that, and that you were accepted for that. Thank you. Our next question, Oriini, I just want to touch on something that you said here about that moment when you walked out and you were applauded by your colleagues. And I just want to know, were there any other significant moments that helped you decide that it was worth carrying on?
I wouldn't say that was the defining moment for me. That kind of cemented my belief in myself that I could actually do the mahi. I want to pick up on what Angela and Freda have said, which is, you know, being chosen on merit, not because you're the Māori woman or you're the only Māori woman or you're the woman with a moko kaua. That's how I feel strongly about my role. It's not because I have a moko kaua or a moko on my kaua that I am reading the news. Like I said, I started a very long time ago as a girl, you know, under the wings of many prominent Māori broadcasters who some have passed and a lot are still here persevering with very little budgets. But for me, I suppose my defining moment, what made me want to do this and do it properly and do it all the way until, you know, until the gross things, I suppose, was actually the lady who asked me if I had ever thought about doing this, which her name is Miriama Kamu. She reached out to me and asked me if there's anything that she could help me, you know, do, if she just reached out to me. And I think that's important as women to know that there's someone there, and some stranger, you know, I've never met her before, we've been in the industry for so long, she is, I idolize her, have always, you know, so the fact that she messaged me was one, oh my gosh, Miriama Kamu is messaging me too, she wants to, you know, she wants to help me, and three, she asked me that question, and that question had never crossed my mind since, you know, and I told her, I said, look, I thought my dream was just to be Tini Molyneux, because Tini Molyneux was the Māori newsreader back in the day, in the 80s and 90s, when TV was still black and white. I remember those days, you know, my grandparents, my parents, my family, we'd all sit around with the bunny ears, you know, area watching the news. It was the only 4 minutes of Māori language in our house. And that was, you know, that was huge for me and my upbringing. And Tini Molyneux was my idol. So when I became a newsreader for Karere especially, but on Māori television, a newsreader, an anchor, I thought I had realised my dreams then. So I said to Miriama, why do I need to go on mainstream? I'm already reading the news and I'm Kei Te Pai over here in my corner. You know, she said, well, no, this is a bit of a step up, and this is, you know, opening up yourself to more people and to normalise te reo Māori, we have to go in this direction. So for her to reach out, that was what I felt was most compelling, was for her to believe in me and her to actually look at me and say, hey, your face needs to be on this channel, okay, whether you like it or not. Do you want to do it? And, you know, it wasn't so much like that, but I felt, yeah, compelled to give back, because I'll be honest, I gave up on myself, you know, halfway through my career thinking, oh, you know, I've gone past 15 years now. Am I over it? Is it time for a new direction? Can I be a criminal investigator? What should I be today? You know, it got to that point in my life where I was like, okay, my children have all grown up. I've got 4 children. They're 21, turning 21 soon. So it was going through those motions as well. When we talk about challenges, our biggest challenge is ourselves. And so for me to sit down with Miriama Kamu and look her in the face and say, actually, you know what? I think I'm ready for a round 2 in this industry, and I haven't actually gone down that route. Let me sort it out. Let me get my bearings together. Let me have those conversations with myself first and foremost, and let's get into this. And so since then, it's been like, if I feel like I'm going down, I give her a call. You know, I'm not giving up on myself. I'm giving up on all of us, really. That's how I see it. I don't see it as a burden anymore. I see it as my motivator, you know, on behalf of all of us, my children, and especially my family, my whakapapa, what's our legacy? And it's not just the news reading, but it's being able to push boundaries and say, you know, with grace, with a lot of grace and mana, say, kao, kei te tika takutu ki konei. Yeah.
We've come a long way from those bunny ears and a few minutes of Te Reo Māori on TV in the 80s. And for her to have that belief in you and to know that we've still got a long way to go and that you can forefront some of that is really significant. Thank you. Angela, the same question. Were there any significant moments that helped you decide that it was worth carrying on?
I do remember reflecting that once I had children and I took some time off flying, and then they came to me and said, hey, look, we really value your experience. We've not had mothers back flying again. What can we do for you? That was a real moment for me where I thought, you know what, this is great. They're asking me what I want to do. And also I felt like after many, many years of being in the spotlight where people were always looking, you know, going, oh, that's that girl pilot, that's the girl pilot. I didn't care anymore because I had my child and I felt like this is the only thing that really matters. Whānau is my priority. I actually don't care what anybody else thinks right now. So I just went on from that point onwards knowing that it was my whānau, my children that I had after that. That was more important than worrying about what anybody else thought of me, because when you're one in, you know, so many, there's a few thousand pilots and there was only maybe less than a dozen women pilots, yeah, you can be put in the spotlight, and it's not a comfortable position if you don't want to be. So I didn't want to be in the spotlight, and then I thought, well, bugger, I don't care anymore because, yeah, the family is the most important thing. So I'd say that, yeah, that moment when I became a mother was a real defining moment for me, and being able to move on with more confidence. Yeah.
Thank you. I think many of us have had that experience, right, where we've had children and our mindset has shifted slightly and we're no longer worried about how other people are perceiving us. So that's the story that you're telling, but you're also valued at that point on your merits, which is exactly what Oriini had talked about earlier. Freda, the same question to you.
Yeah, I think probably I had done quite a few things that were, you know, outside, you know, first woman to do various things. But I think for me, I had a really good manager at about 8 years of service. I would say that he was like a real leader, and just the way he led. And for me personally, it was interesting because a lot of other people found him really, really challenging and quite difficult. But I found for the first time, he was the person that actually said, you know, you don't need to be told what to do, you know what to do. You can do that, you know, you can just move on and do that yourself. And that was probably, yeah, it was quite significant for me because I was probably teetering on the edge of leaving. You know, like I had done more time than a lot of our staff do, you know, particularly female staff. You know, I was kind of, you know, hitting the 9-year mark, wanted to have children. But yeah, he was just, and I don't think, I mean, he is, I still use him as a bit of a mentor today. He's long gone from the organisation, but I don't think he really knew the impact that just a few words like that had. But it really had a massive impact for me, and I've thought about that a lot as I've taken on my leadership journey around how to engage people and really take that time to see people develop themselves, particularly women. Like I've always tried to take other women on the journey as well. And I think when you see things like that, you know, something comes to fruition, or someone gets a promotion, or they get a job, or they go in a direction that they want to go. For me, that's what keeps me here, because that's about our people and like leading our people in the best way we can. But I absolutely agree with Angela. When you have children, everything changes. And, you know, I remember my kids from as little as 2 just being so incredibly supportive and proud of what you're doing something slightly different. And they're so, you know, like honest in their naivety, right? You know, like you just look at them and say, oh my goodness. You know, so if your kids believe so desperately in you, then it gives, well, for me, like it gives you that kind of thing, oh, I can do this. And I desperately want to show both my kids that they can do whatever they want to do. You know, there is no limit. The only limit is what they put on themselves. So, yeah.
Thank you. And again, you talked about being valued for your own merits, and this manager who is a role model to you. And I appreciate that you've taken some of those characteristics on and attempted to build others up the same way in your career. This question is about workplace changes or recommendations. So what workplace changes or recommendations have you made or have you seen that have helped women succeed? And Freda, we'll start with you.
Actually, this is a piece of work that I'm really, really proud of, because I started it just before, it's not all my piece of work either, but a collective of us started what we call our flexible employment option. So we started looking at it in about 1991 or something. It took till 1994 for to get off the ground, but it's the ability for, at the get-go, it was the ability for women to be able to come back to work and work part-time in a sworn capacity. And it's had many changes, and it's been, you know, adapted for many other situations, but, you know, it was a piece of work that was really important, and I'm proud of it, but I also feel really lucky to have been part of that project by some really insightful people at national headquarters at the time. So it was an awesome piece of work. It was a game changer for New Zealand Police and for retaining women in the organisation, an absolute game changer. Means that you can have your career, because historically you had to either come back to work full time or you left. End of story. That was it. So absolute game changer. So I'm really proud of that. I mean, there's some other things that I've done along the way as well, but that's the most significant piece of work that I had a hand in.
Thank you. We've started to see that modelled more and more now throughout workplaces, and it's really positive for women and men and parents in general. Angela, let's go to you with that question.
Yeah, my workplace has changed quite a bit over the years, from the military to civil aviation now. But when I left the military, I was determined not to let women have the same experience as I did. The women that went before me were never as supported as I hoped that they would be, but I know that they were just on their own journey. So I forgive them. It's not anything that I held against them. It's just that there was never a helping up of other women, and so I was determined that I would always help up the next lady. So throughout my years, I've been mentoring other women, not so much in the workplace, but it's just something that I like to do in my own time. I do a lot of guest speaking positions at schools, trying to motivate young Māori women to do whatever they want to do, not just become a pilot, but when it comes to the actual aviation side of things, there's lots of groups that I've joined, and I can't take credit for the work, because again, it's all the collective that we come together, put our heads together. Flexi flying is another thing that we're doing as well, to enable women to juggle their busy, not so busy at the moment, flying schedules internationally with having children, and also just the parental leave entitlements, etc. So lots of women's aviation groups. We only have 5% internationally of women that are pilots in the airlines, and that hasn't really changed much over the decades. It's shocking statistics, and we're still working within New Zealand and also groups internationally that I joined to see what we can do collectively to improve aviation, so that women will find it an attractive lifestyle everywhere across the globe. So yes, small changes, and hopefully, you know, we'll see more than 5% in the future, but we're working towards that. Thanks.
Angela, what do you think some of those barriers are that are stopping women from entering this career?
Yeah, we actually don't know. So we think it's in leadership. We do think it's within those senior roles within the airlines. So that's another one of our boosts. We're trying to get more women to apply for these leadership positions. I think, Freda, you sort of indicated that earlier. If a job is put out there and women go, look, I only meet this much, but a guy has only got half of the criteria, he'll put his hand up and go for the job. Whereas a woman is less likely to do that. She'll think that she needs to tick all the boxes. So we're encouraging women to just put their hands up for leadership management positions, and I think then we will see the numbers increase in aviation. So that's what we're pushing for.
Thank you. Oriini, the same question to you.
I'm not too sure I've done anything significant that has helped, elevate or uplift the wahine that I've had the honor and privilege of working alongside. If anything, I'm trying to reflect on the question, and maybe for the last 18 years it's been just being in the space and pushing myself every day has allowed, to open more doors and opportunities and spaces for the women who aren't necessarily following in my footsteps, but for other women in the industry. As you can imagine, broadcasting and media in general is a volatile kind of industry. We're up and down, and there's no certainty, no guarantee. It's a dog-eat-dog kind of environment, which can actually, and can be quite draining on one's energy and one's psyche and everything. So for me, and especially when I was with Māori television, I didn't like... I'm quite firm when it comes to tikanga, when it comes to te ao Māori. I don't like it being used as a political football or as this tokenistic, let's tick a box now, you know, it's time for us to appear like we're being Māori. That's one of my pet peeves as Māori. I think it should be just done naturally and not forced, and not, not labelled or boxed in a space. So when it comes to me and the role of a wahine, I see it as, you know, a give and take sort of situation. So I'm always pushing for, if there's a tāne that's advocating on taha Māori and stuff, or that is being put in the forefront to be responsible, lead taha tikanga and te reo Māori, then I also expect there to be a wahine to balance it out. I'm sorry if my connection is clicking out, but yeah, I kind of claim that space too, or I'm usually alongside a couple of other really good friends of mine or women that I know who are actually kai karanga on the marae, or who do hold pivotal roles within their own whānau, hapu and iwi, and I'm always advocating or pushing for the balance within the newsroom, especially around tikanga Māori, or within any broadcasting establishment, to have the women, you know, and an authentic voice, not just, okay, well, you know, here's the tāne with all his karakia, well, where's the wahine to back it up and, you know, to provide the support in terms of waiata and that side of things. So I'm not a stickler, but I observe very, very always observing how tikanga is run, because I feel very strongly that we can't advocate. I shouldn't be advocating for, you know, te reo Māori, te ao Māori, if we're not practicing it ourselves on a daily basis. And there's a few of us that feel strongly like that, you know, we can't just say one thing and go on TV and say another thing, or go back to our lives like it doesn't exist, because it shouldn't not exist ever in my life. That's who I am. So yeah, I think that's one valuable contribution that I take with me, and it's something I pride myself in. And it's scary, like I am no kai karanga, but when it comes to it, I know tikanga, and it goes back to that self-doubt. Like I continuously doubt myself, even though I started doing the karanga when it came out of my mother's womb. But nowadays it's different, because it's a fine balance.
Absolutely, thank you. I'm going to move into some audience questions. We've got some audience questions here. The first one is, what do you do to take care of yourself so that you're in a good space to share your leadership? And Oriini, let's start with you. We've just finished with you. Let's carry on that way.
Okay, what do I do to keep myself safe? I'm practicing a lot of self-love techniques at the moment, but largely I switch off. It's not an easy thing for me to do, because I am in media. A lot of my mahi is internet dependent, but I switch off. I try and consciously turn everything off, give myself time to reflect. If I'm having a bad hair day, I'll let myself have that bad hair day these days now. I'm lucky. Well, no, I'm not lucky. I've worked hard enough to be able to, you know, contract and do certain jobs that I think are better aligned with who I am, as opposed to the other way around, me chasing jobs, you know, for fear of not being able to afford, you know, where I live, or, you know, daily expenses, or looking after my children. Whereas now my mindset's on what's best for my well-being, longevity wise. Am I kidding myself if I'm going to try and invest, you know, 24 hours, 7 days a week for the next 6 months just to get a project out that I'm not too sure I'm actually 100%, you know, okay about, or I believe in. So it's having honest discussions with myself every day, and it's really about how I'm feeling about myself, my well-being. I'd like to do more karakia, but mostly it's just even getting an hour out of the house and going for a walk is purifying enough, and it's so rejuvenating that, you know, I will be a happy woman for the rest of the day if I just get 1 hour of peace, you know, and whether that's out in nature or if that's listening to self-meditation, you know, techniques and tips and motivational videos never go astray. I love a good motivational talk. Yeah, and the other thing is I hug my nephews and my nieces. I spend time with my whānau, you know, I go home back to my mum and kiss her and, you know, act like the 12-year-old that needs a big, you know, mother's cuddle. And that's honest, you know, as women, we still need to be looked after ourselves. And, you know, even though we've got children who depend on us, we're also children who depend on the love of our parents, if we're lucky enough to still have our parents in our lives. So I cherish my family a lot. If I'm not working, I'm usually with whānau or by myself.
Some really good tips for self-care, and I love that you said let yourself have a bad hair day if you're having a bad hair day. Quite often we let it ruin our whole day, right? Angela, let's go to you with that question.
Gosh, I wish I knew 20 years ago about mental wellness and how to look after yourself, because when I joined the military, obviously I was forced into physical wellness, certainly with all the training that we undertook there, but I never really had a focus on my mental wellness and really how to look after that. It's come into the focus in the last decade, really, and now I'm part of peer support groups that look after the mental wellness of our peers. And for me to advocate for that, therefore, I need to do it myself. And so I am really good at that now because I want to be a leader in that field too, in mental wellness, and ensuring that you have the right balance, whether it's connection with people like your whānau, your friends, to, you know, just doing stuff, just if a day gets tough, recognising that it's a tough day, and then just going back to the basics of looking after yourself, whether it's having a good meal, just taking a seat, talking to somebody, you know, things like that. So that has definitely been a focus, and that's, I think, is the key to my success these days, is having a focus on my mental wellness and knowing that it shifts. We have this mental wellness continuum. It shifts up and down all the time. And when you become aware of that, as I have in the recent years, I now know how to deal with it. And so that's, yeah, a blend of everything from physical well-being to mental well-being focus. Kia ora.
Thank you. Freda, I'm just going to throw this last question just out to you. Have you ever walked away from a job, scenario or opportunity because it doesn't align with your values? And if so, can you share more about that experience with us?
A job probably means two different things to me. Is the question around away from a job that the community isn't required me to do, or is it a job in organisational context?
In an organisational context, or it might be an opportunity rather than a job?
Yes. yeah, absolutely. If someone, that's not to say I haven't taken on, I mean, I've tried to always be really positive about opportunities that have been presented. Some of those have been really, you know, quite horrible jobs, you know, like they're either boring or, you know, uninteresting or whatever. But, you know, if you're prepared to do the not so interesting things, you often find that the more interesting things come your way as well. I certainly walk away from things if we are not, you know, if the vacancy hasn't come about by an open, honest and transparent process. I don't like that, you know, I don't like that jobs for the boys, if you want to put it like that, or girls, as it may be. So, you know, I've always, yeah, like I would just say thanks, but no, that's not for me. But yeah, that is a fine balance between taking an opportunity when you see it. What was the second part of the question, sorry?
I think you've covered it, sharing that experience with us.
Yeah, okay, good.
Well, thank you. We're coming to the end of our session. We've talked a lot about being valued for who we are, for our merit, about not necessarily recognising those barriers when we walk into a situation, and we've also talked a lot about how far we've come. And we've come that far because of people like you, people who have been willing to step into situations that are challenging and not think twice about it and get out there and do that and shift the mould in what the mould was. So thank you so much, and thank you for joining us today on this session.
Thank you.
Kia ora, Tania.
Kia ora, Hanley.
What a fantastic session with 3 phenomenal wahine. You did an amazing job putting us through their paces and asking the questions, so well done, and thank you for your support this afternoon. I love the questions that the panel asked about self-care and mental health. It's such a hot topic at the moment with COVID-19 and, you know, being aware and taking care of ourselves in the process. So we've spoken about the L'Oreal baskets, about they being winners, and so we have pre-selected a winner, and we will get Tania to let us know who that is. I will hand over the prize to you, Tania, to let us know who that is.
Thank you, Hanley. The winner is Fiona McDonald from Otago University.
Oh, congratulations, Fiona. We will get that basket through to you after the symposium, and congratulations again. So that wraps us up for the morning. We will have a refreshment break now. You don't need to switch anything off. You don't need to go anywhere if you don't want to. Just keep it rolling, and we'll see you back here at about 5 minutes to 2. Have a coffee, grab something to drink, have a walk, and we'll see you soon.
One of the things that I've realised recently is that leadership, my sense of leadership has changed and keeps changing. So that sense of leadership as being the one powerful person knowing all the answers and being the leader and the director of every activity has changed completely. And I now see leadership as something that resides in everyone. And as we go through change, which we are going through a period of intense change at the University of Auckland, I find it really useful to observe other people and see moments of where they're exhibiting leadership, and that influences me, and it influences my own behaviour, my own thoughts around how I might be influential, guide and lead.
I would agree. And what I found is that the longer that I've been in so-called leadership positions, the less able I am to really, define, be clear. It becomes more complex what leadership actually means, and it changes depending on the situation. So I have a number of different leadership roles, and I think I probably behave in them differently because they require a different balance between like the people management side of it versus the strategic thinking side of it, versus what else? I don't know. Figuring out how to actually just get things done side of it, and that balances and changes. And I've seen big changes in the way people lead and the kind of expected behavior of a leader has changed, I think, in good ways. Well, first of all, it's probably not enough of us. That would be, and certainly on the academic side, even where the undergraduate numbers might be higher for women, once you get into academic roles and senior academic roles, there still isn't enough. So we've got to be doing something. We have to learn to do something differently, and I'm not sure exactly what that is, to keep women coming through. Somebody called it the leaky pipeline.
Okay. So they come in and they
they leak out. It's just not attractive. Don't know what that is actually.
I know in the professional side of tertiary institutions, there will be far more women. It still does seem to me, though, that the majority of lower level administrative positions are filled by women. And I still get really quite angry. Assumptions are often made around specific roles. So when people talk about an EA, a fairly straightforward administrator, a person who assists in the kitchen, the assumption always, and this comes from men and women, is that the role will be filled. So they will just use the word she, never he or she. And those are some, you know, things that I'd like to see changing.
Well, I had a couple of things, and actually, to be honest, when I was thinking back over it, I was thinking, was there any one specific thing, or was it more just, you know, generally the idea that, somebody thought that, you know, that I was at that level that I should go on a leadership program. So that just the confidence that it gave me, the confidence, you know, speaking to women in the group and understanding that they're facing the same kind of issues as I am. But also I did find like some of the exercises we did where you had to think about something where you wanted to make a difference, and really in a group kind of plan out how you might actually do that. And I found that really a very useful tool, but also made me realize that, you know, these aspirations that we have, or, you know, these issues that we want to address aren't just nebulous things, that you can actually kind of make a plan, and when you've got a plan you can start to move towards it. So that was a really helpful thing.
Yeah, and it actually was quite interesting when Margaret said that to me, because I think professional staff sometimes think that academics are very different, and, you know,
and sometimes we are.
And sometimes, yeah, that's right. But actually, so the confidence thing was something Margaret and I both shared, and I had exactly the same feeling. It was that first thing of, oh wow, you know, gee, I was picked to do this, you know, and they do make you feel quite special. And yeah, and it's given me a really good insight into when I'm dealing with people in my team, and, you know, people who report to me. It's just how can I increase somebody's sense of self-worth, and that increases their and then you perform better, you step up, you live up to the image people seem to have of you. And then, yes, doing that course, just spending the time with the most amazing group of women, and one of the things that I really took home is it helped me, I guess, address some of my own prejudices and senses about people, because I just found the most incredible learning experience was getting to know these women, because you do spend quite a lot of time with people, and you sometimes, again, it's that leadership thing. Sometimes the people who appear as the leader, and often very successful women, are kind of very, you know, the sort of the Margaret Thatcher type of personality, you know, very much the strong, and they seem to have just got there in their own accord, and the rest of us aren't like that. But then when you're in this group of different women, some of the quieter ones and some of the less obviously, you know, talented, gifted, are the ones that by the end of the few days you've spent with them, the ones that actually are the deepest people, who've given me the most insight into people and how people react, and those are the people I've learnt the most from. And when I came back into the institution, I somehow had a different way of seeing many of the people I interacted with, and sitting in meetings, and just, so for me it was a very it was about self-learning in many ways, and learning to appreciate the variety of people and women. I think women, I'm being very prejudiced, but I think women, there's a richness about the female experience.
For me, it is about making the university a better place, making health sciences a better place, making the place that I work in a better place. And to do that, just one person, if we're all just working as one person, we can't achieve very much. So leadership's all about actually enabling other people to get behind that, and have all of those people working together to make it better. That's what it is to me. I think the biggest challenge for all of us is around busyness, that you can start work whatever time you start in the morning, you can finish as late as you like, but you only get 24 hours a day, and you have to part of leadership is making sure that you use that 24 hours the best way that you can to get the things that you need to have done. So a big part of leadership is saying no to some things that aren't going to help you achieve your goals. It's about prioritising things and being quite disciplined about how you manage that, and really focusing every day on, are we doing the right things? Because if you don't do that focus, the day just fills up and it's gone. And you start again the next day, and I think sometimes when you get behind the 8 ball, you know, always chasing that really elusive goal. So the biggest challenge for all of us is just focus and discipline and just getting on top of that hugely busy schedule. I was probably the second or the third group of women from Otago to go to the general program. So there had already been some women who had been through the program before who could share that experience with us. So I kind of went with an understanding that it was about taking time out to really reflect and maybe go over the things that you already knew, embracing some new ideas and building that network. But what I was really pleasantly surprised about is just how useful that time away was. It's so rare for women to take a week out to just focus on their own development. And that was hugely useful. The biggest takeout for me was around not missing opportunities. They're so rare, and when an opportunity comes up, just go for it. You might not get it, but then there'll be another one around the corner. If you're always sitting back and waiting, then potentially you miss out on everything.
The world is a big, wonderful place, full of opportunities. No two countries are the same, and no two mobility programs are either. We know the complexities that come with moving employees and their families across borders, both for your business and your relocating employees. We can advise you on how to best develop or modify your mobility program. Whatever the size and needs of your business, we deliver a customized approach. And to simplify everything, we operate through a single point of coordination. From tailored advice to practical support, our robust knowledge of international immigration policy means you can relax. We'll assist in pre-planning, paperwork, visas, and everything else along the way. Our focus is on your compliance. Financial transparency and control are critical to every mobility program success. We can help you with both program budgeting and management of associated costs. We have a full suite of flexible mobility services to enhance all aspects of your program. Together, we can build the best international relocation experience for your employees, their families, and your business. Global in scope, human in scale. The world is a big, wonderful place, full of opportunities. No two countries are the same, and no two mobility programs are either. We know the complexities that come with moving employees and their families across borders, both for your business and your relocating employees. We can advise you on how to best develop or modify your mobility program. Whatever the size and needs of your business, we deliver a customized approach. And to simplify everything, we operate through a single point of coordination. From tailored advice to practical support, our robust knowledge of international immigration policy means you can relax. We'll assist in pre-planning, paperwork, visas, and everything else along the way. Our focus is on your compliance. Financial transparency and control are critical to every mobility program success. We can help you with both program budgeting and management of associated costs. We have a full suite of flexible mobility services to enhance all aspects of your program. Together, we can build the best international relocation experience for your employees, their families, and your business. Global in scope, human in scale.
So leadership to me is all about vision, strategic thinking, inspiration, motivation, and a chance to sort of take people on a journey with you. And it's also about having the courage to make those hard calls. You know, you've got to work out what's going to work best for the situation you're trying to manage, and there'll be some people who won't like that decision. They'll you can't control how people react. So that's the courage of making those big calls. In terms of leadership, the challenges for women in the tertiary sector are really to do with gaining respect from your peers, both male and female, that you can do the job. You know, you can't be thrown in at the deep end. You've got to develop into that role. You've got to be nurtured. You know, so senior management, especially here at Lincoln, have been very supportive in getting people to sit on committees, chair committees, working parties, and that really helps because it means that when you make big decisions in university, you know, universities are collegial bodies, and you need to recognise that diversity. And if you can get a group of people who have different views, perspectives, beliefs around a table making decisions, then you're going to make a better decision, a better, well-balanced decision in all. So that's a big challenge for the tertiary sector for sure. So I'm the only female academic in the Soil and Physical Sciences department. So you know, I certainly want to be a role model for you know, other female academics in the university, and also our students. We've got a lot of female students, and especially postgrads coming through, and you want to be able to you know, show that you can do this role. You know, there's a big challenge in terms of balance and a lifestyle, and I think that's probably what a lot of women, in fact a lot of, I think, all academics and staff are challenged by. You know, everyone chooses a different path in life, and you know, there's no universal solution, and it's trying to find that balance between your work, your research, relationships, to really get the best out of your life. And it's about, in my personal view, it's about, you know, what's the legacy that you're leaving behind? Is it that you're going to have a very big publication record, or is the legacy your family, or is it the balance that you achieve in life? You know, do you do the best in the academic world, and also the best in your family world, and seeking that balance. What I gained from it was confidence and self-belief that we can do this job in leadership. And we had some fantastic speakers, some really strong women, very good role models, who were also very humble. And you know, you could see what they'd achieved was just outstanding. And it really made us realise, well, crikey, you know, we can do the same things. We can learn from them, hear their stories, and also listening to the stories and reflections of the other people on the course. You know, that making that network and that connection really helped us sort of believe in ourselves that we can do this job.
Welcome back. I hope you are refreshed, that you've had an opportunity to stretch your legs, and that you're ready for the next part of our sessions. This will be a developmental session where you will connect with one of our 2 accomplished facilitators. You would have pre-selected this, and so you don't need to do anything to select which session you would go into. You would have either chosen to connect with Jess Stewart, an imposter syndrome expert who specialises in women in leadership, or you may have selected to have a session with Sue Con-Taylor in her mental fitness in today's world session. Sue specialises in wellbeing solutions, personal development, mental fitness and resilience. In your virtual hub, you will now have to click on the Join Now button. The reason you have to disconnect from here and go into the next is so that you're able to see each other and genuinely connect in that developmental session with your facilitators. So in your virtual hub, there will be a Join Now button, and you can go in there in a minute. Once your sessions are completed with either Jess or Sue, you will come back into this virtual hub, which will have another Join Now button within the virtual hub to allow you to come in. Now, if you're having any problems logging in to connect with Sue or Jess, please email amanda.till@waikato.ac.nz. That's amanda.till, T-I-L-L, @waikato.ac.nz. Jess and Sue will see you in your developmental sessions. Please feel free to join them now.
The world is a big, wonderful place, full of opportunities. No two countries are the same, and no two mobility programs are either. We know the complexities that come with moving employees and their families across borders, both for your business and your relocating employees. We can advise you on how to best develop or modify your mobility program. Whatever the size and needs of your business, we deliver a customized approach. And to simplify everything, we operate through a single point of coordination. From tailored advice to practical support, our robust knowledge of international immigration policy means you can relax. We'll assist in pre-planning, paperwork, visas, and everything else along the way. Our focus is on your compliance. Financial transparency and control are critical to every mobility program success. We can help you with both program budgeting and management of associated costs. We have a full suite of flexible mobility services to enhance all aspects of your program. Together, we can build the best international relocation experience for your employees, their families, and your business. Global in scope, human in scale. The world is a big, wonderful place, full of opportunities. No two countries are the same, and no two mobility programs are either. We know the complexities that come with moving employees and their families across borders, both for your business and your relocating employees. We can advise you on how to best develop or modify your mobility program. Whatever the size and needs of your business, we deliver a customized approach. And to simplify everything, we operate through a single point of coordination. From tailored advice to practical support, our robust knowledge of international immigration policy means you can relax. We'll assist in pre-planning, paperwork, visas, and everything else along the way. Our focus is on your compliance. Financial transparency and control are critical to every mobility program success. We can help you with both program budgeting and management of associated costs. We have a full suite of flexible mobility services to enhance all aspects of your program. Together, we can build the best international relocation experience for your employees, their families, and your business. Global in scope, human in scale. The world is a big, wonderful place, full of opportunities. No two countries are the same, and no two mobility programs are either. We know the complexities that come with moving employees and their families across borders, both for your business and your relocating employees. We can advise you on how to best develop or modify your mobility program. Whatever the size and needs of your business, we deliver a customized approach. And to simplify everything, we operate through a single point of coordination. From tailored advice to practical support, our robust knowledge of international immigration policy means you can relax. We'll assist in pre-planning, paperwork, visas, and everything else along the way. Our focus is on your compliance. Financial transparency and control are critical to every mobility program success. We can help you with both program budgeting and management of associated costs. We have a full suite of flexible mobility services to enhance all aspects of your program. Together, we can build the best international relocation experience for your employees, their families, and your business. Global in scope, human in scale. The world is a big, wonderful place, full of opportunities. No two countries are the same, and no two mobility programs are either. We know the complexities that come with moving employees and their families across borders, both for your business and your relocating employees. We can advise you on how to best develop or modify your mobility program. Whatever the size and needs of your business, we deliver a customized approach. And to simplify everything, we operate through a single point of coordination. From tailored advice to practical support, our robust knowledge of international immigration policy means you can relax. We'll assist in pre-planning, paperwork, visas, and everything else along the way. Our focus is on your compliance. Financial transparency and control are critical to every mobility program success. We can help you with both program budgeting and management of associated costs. We have a full suite of flexible mobility services to enhance all aspects of your program. Together, we can build the best international relocation experience for your employees, their families, and your business. Global in scope, human in scale. The world is a big, wonderful place, full of opportunities. No two countries are the same, and no two mobility programs are either. We know the complexities that come with moving employees and their families across borders, both for your business and your relocating employees. We can advise you on how to best develop or modify your mobility program. Whatever the size and needs of your business, we deliver a customized approach. And to simplify everything, we operate through a single point of coordination. From tailored advice to practical support, our robust knowledge of international immigration policy means you can relax. We'll assist in pre-planning, paperwork, visas, and everything else along the way. Our focus is on your compliance. Financial transparency and control are critical to every mobility program success. We can help you with both program budgeting and management of associated costs. We have a full suite of flexible mobility services to enhance all aspects of your program. Together, we can build the best international relocation experience for your employees, their families, and your business. Global in scope, human in scale. The world is a big, wonderful place, full of opportunities. No two countries are the same, and no two mobility programs are either. We know the complexities that come with moving employees and their families across borders, both for your business and your relocating employees. We can advise you on how to best develop or modify your mobility program. Whatever the size and needs of your business, we deliver a customized approach. And to simplify everything, we operate through a single point of coordination. From tailored advice to practical support, our robust knowledge of international immigration policy means you can relax. We'll assist in pre-planning, paperwork, visas, and everything else along the way. Our focus is on your compliance. Financial transparency and control are critical to every mobility program success. We can help you with both program budgeting and management of associated costs. We have a full suite of flexible mobility services to enhance all aspects of your program. Together, we can build the best international relocation experience for your employees, their families, and your business. Global in scope, human in scale. The world is a big, wonderful place, full of opportunities. No two countries are the same, and no two mobility programs are either. We know the complexities that come with moving employees and their families across borders, both for your business and your relocating employees. We can advise you on how to best develop or modify your mobility program. Whatever the size and needs of your business, we deliver a customized approach. And to simplify everything, we operate through a single point of coordination. From tailored advice to practical support, our robust knowledge of international immigration policy means you can relax. We'll assist in pre-planning, paperwork, visas, and everything else along the way. Our focus is on your compliance. Financial transparency and control are critical to every mobility program success. We can help you with both program budgeting and management of associated costs. We have a full suite of flexible mobility services to enhance all aspects of your program. Together, we can build the best international relocation experience for your employees, their families, and your business. Global in scope, human in scale. The world is a big, wonderful place, full of opportunities. No two countries are the same, and no two mobility programs are either. We know the complexities that come with moving employees and their families across borders, both for your business and your relocating employees. We can advise you on how to best develop or modify your mobility program. Whatever the size and needs of your business, we deliver a customized approach. And to simplify everything, we operate through a single point of coordination. From tailored advice to practical support, our robust knowledge of international immigration policy means you can relax. We'll assist in pre-planning, paperwork, visas, and everything else along the way. Our focus is on your compliance. Financial transparency and control are critical to every mobility program success. We can help you with both program budgeting and management of associated costs. We have a full suite of flexible mobility services to enhance all aspects of your program. Together, we can build the best international relocation experience for your employees, their families, and your business. Global in scope, human in scale. The world is a big, wonderful place, full of opportunities. No two countries are the same, and no two mobility programs are either. We know the complexities that come with moving employees and their families across borders, both for your business and your relocating employees. We can advise you on how to best develop or modify your mobility program. Whatever the size and needs of your business, we deliver a customized approach. And to simplify everything, we operate through a single point of coordination. From tailored advice to practical support, our robust knowledge of international immigration policy means you can relax. We'll assist in pre-planning, paperwork, visas, and everything else along the way. Our focus is on your compliance. Financial transparency and control are critical to every mobility program success. We can help you with both program budgeting and management of associated costs. We have a full suite of flexible mobility services to enhance all aspects of your program. Together, we can build the best international relocation experience for your employees, their families, and your business. Global in scope, human in scale. The world is a big, wonderful place, full of opportunities. No two countries are the same, and no two mobility programs are either. We know the complexities that come with moving employees and their families across borders, both for your business and your relocating employees. We can advise you on how to best develop or modify your mobility program. Whatever the size and needs of your business, we deliver a customized approach. And to simplify everything, we operate through a single point of coordination. From tailored advice to practical support, our robust knowledge of international immigration policy means you can relax. We'll assist in pre-planning, paperwork, visas, and everything else along the way. Our focus is on your compliance. Financial transparency and control are critical to every mobility program success. We can help you with both program budgeting and management of associated costs. We have a full suite of flexible mobility services to enhance all aspects of your program. Together, we can build the best international relocation experience for your employees, their families, and your business. Global in scope, human in scale.
Virtual Hub. I hope you guys had a good time with the facilitators Sue and Jess. Thank you to them both. I hope that you've gained some valuable insights from them. During lockdown, I had the privilege of doing Jess's imposter syndrome course and thoroughly enjoyed her kaupapa and resonated with a lot of what she said. Thank you, Jess, for taking this session today. A few years ago, I had a privilege of having Sue Taylor as my own personal leadership coach. It was a tough session with Sue. She was very challenging in those meetings and had a really good holistic approach, which I really appreciated. Thank you, Sue. It was great to see you on screen again today. Right, I'm sure that you all are all ready for a break, and so the next session is going to be a little bit different. So you would have normally seen the adverts play, and that will allow you your refreshment break. But during this break, what we'll do is we'll welcome our Australian counterparts. So for our New Zealand participants, if you wish to have a break, grab a coffee, stretch your legs, please feel free to do so. Or alternatively, if you want to say hi to our Australians and see what we're doing, please feel free to stay logged on. We will start the Compassionate Leadership session with Dr. Eva Collins at 3:30. So if our New Zealand participants could be back online at 3:30 within the virtual hub. Thank you very much. So now on to our Australian counterparts. Welcome to you all from across the Tasman. This has been a long time in the making with conversations across the borders, most of you in lockdown when we were negotiating how we were going to get this session done. Thank you for joining us. It certainly is a pleasure and a privilege to have you online with us today. In 2016, Professor Rosemary Stockdale, NZUWiL Alumni, member from our 2007 inaugural program, and now based at Griffith University, approached the steering group seeking support and advice on how a similar program could be established in Australia. The steering group, our program convener, and Professor Eleanor Ramsey, our esteemed Australian facilitator for our Day on Leading Change, helped organise WATTLE, Women Attaining Leadership. The NZUWiL 5-day residential program, that model was then used to establish the WATTLE group. The steering group, along with the esteemed advisors, are proud and privileged to see the WATTLE program established in 2018. 7 Australian universities have signed up to this inaugural program in November 2018, and since then 4 more has registered in 2019. On behalf of the steering group, it is with great pleasure that I welcome Professor Brigitte Locke and Vicky Peters to join our session and to welcome the Australian sisters. Professor Locke, over to you.
Thank you, Hanley. My name is Birgit Loch. I'm the Deputy Provost Learning and Teaching in Science, Health and Engineering at La Trobe University in Melbourne. I'm one of the founders of WATTLE, and I'm representing the steering committee. And I'm also the MC for our second WATTLE Alumni Symposium Day. So we had one day on Friday last week, and this is the second day today. So let me tell you about the name WATTLE first of all. So WATTLE stands for Women Attaining Leadership. We've had to move away from the originally planned name of ONZWiL or NZUWiL, similarly to the New Zealand name, because WIL and it stands for Work Integrated Learning more so than Women in Leadership in Australia. But it's turned out to be a really great name because the Australian WATTLE has become our logo, and it's printed on the pins that every participant and every member of the organizing committee is handed during each program. So that's how we can recognize each other. So as Hanley said, the history of WATTLE is very closely linked to NZUWiL. And in fact, yeah, we are really your Australian younger sister. WATTLE was founded by 4 women. Rosemary Stockdale was already mentioned by Hanley, who was at some stage past working at Massey University, and she was participant of the first NZUWiL program. So we have an NZUWiL alumni on our ranks. She then spoke with Virginia Kilborn, Helena Shapers and me, all of us working at Swinburne University at the time, about starting an Australian version of NZUWiL, as she remembered the New Zealand program very fondly. So we then met with Di McCarthy in Melbourne, and I think that was sometime around May 2016, where she told us that, Di told us that the idea for NZUWiL actually had its origins in a Women in Leadership program she had attended at Deakin University in Australia, when there was no such program in New Zealand. So she then provided advice to us and also really important connections to NZUWiL and a lot of enthusiasm for our idea to start an Australian version of this program. I attended the NZUWiL Alumni Symposium in 2016 together with Virginia. That was in Christchurch, right after the earthquakes that had shaken Wellington and also the northern part of the South Island. And I remember chocolates being handed out to those coming from Wellington. And we also spoke with Eleanor Ramsey about setting up WATTLE at this at the symposium, as Eleanor was very much across the Australian higher education sector. I had the chance to speak with Eleanor over breakfast in Hobart the day before she sadly and unexpectedly passed away, and she shared more of her insights with me at this meeting, and I'm really grateful that I got to know her and her passion to support women in leadership. What a role model. And she's had huge impact on the New Zealand program and helped us with the Australian program. And I also attended the 2018 Alumni Symposium with Helena. And this was held the week before we ran our first WATTLE program in Geelong in Victoria. That was our inaugural academic program. And we were looking for some last minute clues how to run a successful program. But back to where we are right now. We actually found our Sarah. We were told we had to find our Sarah. We found our Sarah in Jen Arnold, who's doing an amazing job in organizing WATTLE and organizing us. And we have copied extensively from NZUWiL with some local adaptations. Took a bit of time to kick things off, but we now have 10 universities on board in Australia. We have run 2 academic programs and 1 professional program, with, of course, this year everything cancelled, apart from the Alumni Symposium last week and this week. So let me share my personal experiences that I've had with NZUWiL. So at both Alumni Symposia, I arrived as a stranger, but I was made to feel welcome. There was an energy in the room that was hard to describe, something quite amazing that connected women and empowered them, and I felt I was part of it. And this is what we aimed to create for WATTLE as well. And from feedback that we have received from the 3 programs run so far, we seem to have succeeded. So on behalf of the WATTLE Steering Committee, I would like to thank NZUWiL for their generosity of sharing everything that is needed to run such a successful Women in Leadership program. We've also had Sarah Lieberman and Di McCarthy open 2 of our programs. So the NZUWiL model appears to work in the Australian context as well, and it's urgently needed to support more women going into leadership roles in the Australian higher education sector. We're a bit behind you, but we're working on it. I hope there will be regular opportunities for WATTLE and NZUWiL to cross-link and connect, and perhaps via future alumni symposia that could be held partly online. So I will stop here, Hanley, and hand back to you, and I'm looking forward to the joint panel session.
Thank you, Birgit, and welcome again to our Australian sisters this afternoon. I'm going to hand over to Vicky Peters before we start our session to do a welcome to the 2 countries. Over to you, Vicky.
Thank you, Hanley. I'll be doing an acknowledgement to country because I'm not an elder yet. I'm old, but I'm not an elder. So, kia ora. It's wonderful to connect with all the New Zealand sisters today. At least COVID has given us an opportunity to create something like this and connect with each other. So, something positive out of COVID. I am Vicky Peters. I am a proud Wurundjeri Yorta woman belonging to the great Kulin nations of this land. I'm a 2019 WATTLE Alumni. I'm also the Manager of Indigenous Student Services for the Mundani Tubital Centre, which means Embrace Teaching and Learning in the local Woiwurrung language at Swinburne University. As an Indigenous woman, I know that while I'm only a part of a tiny minority of the growing and strong WATTLE network, I'm also a powerful woman that belongs to strong communities and country. Country is what connects us to everything, the things you can see, touch, hear, taste and smell, and the things that are intangible belonging to our ancestors and creators. It is this knowing and belonging to worlds of knowledge that are tens of thousands of years old that gives us our cultural identity and authority. I pay my deepest respect and acknowledge country and my ancestors who have paved the way and guide me in everything I do. I welcome you all to engage with a deep understanding of women's business and caring for country. In developing our women's leadership, I'd also like to acknowledge Indigenous women and all women for their contributions to scholarship, broader communities and advocacy of rights. I wish you the safety, joy and peace of being on country to connect and learn from each other. Thank you. Back to you, Hanley.
Thank you, Vicky. That was absolutely beautiful. I'm sure that all of our participants in New Zealand is back online, that you're refreshed, that you've had a stretch and that you're ready for our next session, which is on compassionate leadership. Without further ado, I'll introduce Dr. Eva Collins, who will take the next session. Over to you, Eva.
Thank you, Hanley. I'm delighted to facilitate this joint session with our Australian sisters from WATTLE on compassionate leadership. I can't imagine a more timely topic in this year that we've had, 2020. I'd like to acknowledge Dr. Emma Lee, who's, I understand, in the audience. She's going to be one of the speakers at the WATTLE Symposium. So welcome, Emma. We have an incredible panel. And the great thing about the format here is the plan is I'm going to be asking some questions of our panelists about compassionate leadership, but because of the virtual setup, you get to help me with this. So super easy. There's a ask a question button on the right-hand side of your screen. You don't have to wait till the end. You can do it anytime you want. And I have a handy dandy device that lets me know what questions are being asked. So in an ideal world, I'm going to be asking some questions, and then I'm going to take some questions from you all as well so that we are asking questions from our panelists. That's the plan. I'd like to start by introducing our panelists. I'm going to ask them to actually introduce themselves. I'm going to start with Associate Professor Fiona Bird from Trobe University. Fiona.
Thanks, Eva. Hi, everyone. I'm Fiona Bird. I'm currently in the role of Associate Provost Academic Partnerships in the College of Science, Health and Engineering at the Trobe University in Melbourne, Australia. I've just finished up 5 months acting in a different role, Associate Provost Learning and Teaching in the college, and that was during a major university transformation project. Prior to stepping into a college role, I worked at various leadership roles at the school and department level, including an associate head of school and a head of department. I'm talking to you today from my daughter's bedroom. So we've only just come out of lockdown in Melbourne and I'm still working from home, and I drew the short straw today, and the only quiet space was my daughter's bedroom. So I'm under a bunk bed with some cutesy drawings in the background. A fun fact about me is that I'm half Kiwi, because my dad grew up in Greymouth on the South Island. So I feel quite comfortable talking in this setting today with the other Kiwis present.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. I love that you're in your child's bedroom. That's just, that sums up our year, doesn't it? Deanna Riach from Griffith University. Could you introduce yourself, please?
Yes, kia ora, everybody. Good afternoon. I'm Deanna Riach. I am the Academic Registrar at Griffith University in Brisbane. You have my bio, so what I thought I'd rather do is reflect on a recent podcast interview that resonated with me as a way of introducing myself. So in my bio, I reflect that I'm ex-military, so therefore a sense of belonging is incredibly important. And in this podcast, a SEAL commander, so the American Elite Forces, was asked what makes a good SEAL. And he responded it wasn't the elite athlete or the strongest member of the group. It was the one when everything is exhausted and they feel like they have nothing left to give. They dig down and they find that spark, but not for themselves, for the person who needs help next to them. Now, the aspiration of a team being stronger than its individual parts and people looking after each other, particularly in our current circumstances, is what I hope to aspire to. And I thought by sharing my reflection of that interview and its impact on me, I could introduce more of myself by sharing my values and aspirations. Thank you.
Thank you for doing that. That's fantastic. Our next panelist is Rachel Karalus from Pasfika Trust. Rachel, could you introduce yourself, please?
Sure. Talofa lava, tēnā koutou katoa, warm Pacific greetings to you all. It's a real privilege to be here in the esteemed company of the other panellists and Eva. I am half Samoan. My mother's Samoan. I was born in Samoa. My father is a New Zealander whose roots hail back to Switzerland and Lithuania, hence the surname Karalus, which is Lithuanian. He grew up in the Taranaki, but we have spent the last 35 years in the Waikato, so we've got strong roots here. I'm one of 9 children. I have 3 sons and 1 husband. Fun fact. I feel really privileged to have kept him under lockdown, actually, so that's a little triumph for me. I presently serve at an organisation called 𝗀𝗀𝘀𝗀𝗀 Pasifika. We deliver a suite of wellbeing services using Pacific models of care and practice. So it's not just for the Pacific community, but for people from all walks of life and backgrounds. The point of difference being we use Pacific models of care and practice. Kia ora.
Thank you, Rachel. Last but certainly not least is Dr. Keaka Hemi, who is from our own University of Waikato. Welcome. Could you please say a few words to introduce yourself?
Sure. Aloha kako, aloha pumehana kako, kia ora tatou. I'm Dr. Keaka Hemi. I'm the Assistant Vice-Chancellor Pacific here at the University of Waikato by day. I guess if I had a Batman personality, it would be mother of 4, grandmother of 3, business owner, wife of 1 as well. I guess my ancestry is Kanaka Maoli, or Native Hawaiian, on my mom's side from Na'ohana-o-Kalama of Laie, Oahu, on the beautiful north shore of Oahu and the beautiful islands of Hawaii. And on my dad's side, I have Cherokee or Salagi heritage from Bohannon Mountain in northwest Arkansas. And so if you hear those things come out, you'll know where they come from. My background is in law. I currently have strategic responsibilities, and I think just deep-seated desires to see Pacific learner success and Pacific people's success, Pacific community success, as well as Indigenous success. So if I kind of sound like that, that's why. But mahalo, everybody. It's so nice to be with you all today.
Excellent. Thank you. So let's get into it. We're here today to talk about compassionate leadership, but I was thinking that I'm not sure that people know what compassionate leadership means. So I thought we would start off by asking each of the panelists what compassionate leadership means to them and how it's influenced their leadership. So Fiona, can we start with you, please?
Sure. It was actually interesting being invited to speak on this panel because it made me reflect about how I led and how compassionate leadership linked in with that, because before being invited, I hadn't really thought that much about whether I was a compassionate leader or not. But then when I started to unpack in my mind how I approach leadership, then it was quite clear to me that this is a core part of how I lead. So for me, it's around understanding who you're working with and what drives them, what their challenges are, and knowing what they bring to the team. It's also for me about tuning into cues, so cues that people send either through the way they talk or the way they're behaving, that give me a cue that I need to, or that they are looking for support, or they have issues that need addressing, and these need to be resolved, obviously, before they blow up into something that's bigger and harder to tackle. I'm really conscious of treating people well, and that's irrespective of their level or role. Once I did one of those work behaviour tests. I can't remember what it was, and I'm an off the scale extrovert, so I talk to people. I can talk to anyone, and I think that just general willingness or openness to talking to people on their level about anything that is relevant to them demonstrates that kind of respect, and it helps to build a sense in the team. And I find that this kind of approach really brings the team together around me. So that's kind of how I see compassionate leadership and how I use it. Yeah.
That's great. Thank you. That's interesting that you don't necessarily have to identify yourself or define yourself as a compassionate leader to be a compassionate leader. And I really appreciate the theme that you're talking about, mutual respect. Deanna, would you like to talk about what it means for you?
Look, thank you. And I think in that context, looking around situational leadership. So when we're looking at women in leadership, there are many aspects of being a successful leader. But I believe one of the most important ones is about being compassionate, and it's what sets us apart. So success will only come through, from my perspective, it's been from understanding my team and knowing how we can work well with others and how we can create a sense of value and belonging. And compassion is key to achieving that. There's a saying that we've all heard so many times, but I think it really resonates in this context, that if your actions inspire others to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more, you are a leader. And that comes back to what Fiona was saying from John Quincy Adams. So I think for me, compassion, it's actually a skill. So it's something that you have to work on. That means that you are showing not only kindness, but patience to your team. And I think this year has absolutely tested all of our patience to the max. But it's also important to not only have strength within yourself, but to treat your team with respect. I have found that has absolutely resonated. And that compassion comes from inside. While it's something that it's a skill that we have to nurture, it is very much about making sure that you lead your team well. And by doing that, you can minimize conflicts between your members. So for me, I think that the take home about that is authenticity.
Thank you. Compassion is a skill. That's very interesting. And I also, a little bit controversial about saying that compassionate leadership is what sets women apart. We're gonna dive a little bit deeper into that in a few minutes. Rachel, can I hear what compassionate leadership means for you?
I'm going to start off with saying that whenever I hear leader or leadership in reference to myself, it evokes a level of discomfort. And I think that's because of my Pacific culture and Pacific values, which are very much grounded in humility and service. So that's the first point I would make. The second point I would make is that Kaute Pasifika is a values-based organisation. You don't come to work at Kaute Pasifika because you're driven by money. You come because you feel a sense of purpose and you have values alignment in terms of the organisational values. So compassionate leadership or service is really grounded in values. And for us, they are Christian values, but they are values that everyone can identify with, such as treating others with respect and dignity. And I think the third point I would make is that leadership is really about the growth and development of others around you. So it's actually about building people up, elevating them, as opposed to self-elevation or self-promotion. And I would also say, finally, that compassionate leadership involves, as much as you can, removing your ego from all situations. Yeah.
Thank you. So Fiona started us off by saying that she didn't know if she was a compassionate leader until she looked into it. And you're saying that leadership doesn't sit very comfortable with you as a label, and about the value-based. So Keaka, can I hear your views on this?
So I guess my thinking was very similar to Rachel's, partially because I'm coming from a Pacific culture and a spiritual background as well. I guess in my mind, I really went back to the women in my life who have modeled compassionate leadership, and for them, I guess similarly to Rachel, it wasn't compassionate leadership, it was just leadership. And men as well, so we'll get into that later, I'm sure. But I guess I think of women like my mother, my grandmothers, my aunties, and just women who would give their all for other people, but demonstrated these values. So in Hawaii, we have these kind of core leadership values. On one hand, you need the right genealogy, or mo'oku'aho. You also derive mana from the right genealogy, and therefore authority. But with privilege also comes responsibility. And so the words that come to my mind are kuleana, and kuleana is really to take responsibility for others, not just yourself. Another word that comes to mind is ku'e, and ku'e is really, it's just like in te reo Māori, there's the ku bit in it, in Māori it's the tu, but it means you literally have to stand up when something is not right. And so a lot of times compassionate leadership for me is taking responsibility for others. And when you see something that's not quite right with them, you have a responsibility to say something or do something or nurture or grow. There's some of those aspects there. Another core value is the caring bit that Rachel was also talking about. And for us, there's a term called aloha, and aloha isn't just like the greeting card love. It is two words put together, alo and ha. And the alo is being in the presence of, and the ha is the breath of life in a person. And so you can imagine that in the old days, when you would hangi with somebody, you were that close that you were sharing breath from your nostrils to theirs. And part of compassionate leadership is being at ground level with people, being, I guess, careful, not always wrapped up in other people's lives, but knowing that person, being with them in life. And that's a really powerful thing. The other idea that comes to mind when we think of compassionate leadership is actually a Samoan proverb, and it's called, and it says, "E tasi ai awhi." And "e tasi ai awhi" means only one but worth 1,000. And so for me, compassionate leadership also looks at an individual, and they're not just one of many, but they're an individual who you grow to know somehow, and I know many of us lead big teams and are responsible for a lot of people, but it is looking at things person by person. And the final idea is this idea of lokahi. So lokahi is our word for unity, but it's like collaboration, it's teamwork, and it's also, I guess, you've got to listen. You've got to work with people. You'll have to be patient with them to achieve unity. And in fact, one of our proverbs is that unity is the most important thing. So for me, all of those things feed into kind of compassionate leadership. And I've been lucky to see that modeled in my life, and I really appreciate it. Mahalo.
Thank you. So we just heard the theme again of gender. Again, we're going to get into that a little bit more. And what I heard from everybody was a responsibility for others as part of compassionate leadership. And in your comments, Keaka, about that there's a certain amount of courage involved as well when you see something wrong to intervene. And that's not always easy or comfortable. I'm going to remind the participants that this is your chance to ask questions too, so don't hesitate to start putting in your questions, and I will feed them in to make this an interactive session. So Deanna, I would like to start with you this time. Here's my question, is about compassionate leadership. Some of what I've heard, is it you are a compassionate leader or you're not? Or does this way of leading change and evolve over time? How has it been for you?
I think a lot of that is in your belief structure and what resonates with you and what you value. But I also believe that as you journey through your life, both on a professional space, but also personally, that all will also impact on your sense of belonging and your values. And that's why in introducing myself, my background is very much, people think military is quite structured and stoic, but the opposite's the case in the fact that it's very much about a family and about a sense of belonging and about looking after one another. And so I think as I've journeyed through, I have absolutely ensured that the roles that I have been fortunate to undertake have connected with my sense of belonging and my values. I think it's really important that what you do really connects to what your belief structure is, and that also comes through in traditional values. But for me, as I've grown, I've learned it is about expressing and sharing a vision. So that's not about your own opinion, it's about creating a shared vision with the colleagues that you're working with. And in the context of that, there is a responsibility. So leadership, it's our responsibility to establish an environment where everybody feels safe, everybody feels appreciated enough in order that they feel that they can actually share their own views about a problem to establish common goals. And I absolutely find that as critical. And I think it's also about understanding and respecting that every person has a different way of thinking, and that one person's thoughts, even though they're different, they can absolutely teach everybody, including ourselves, new ways of dealing with a problem so that we actually become better at what we do. And that's probably been my most valuable learning curve as I've progressed, is learning from other people and valuing different ways of thinking.
Thank you. Rachel, what about you? Has it changed for you over time, or has this been a constant approach of yours?
I think it's definitely changed over time. My background is actually in law as well, and I spent well over a decade as a commercial/construction litigator. And so when I took over, when I accepted this role and stepped into my purpose, I brought with me real dogma, a really dogmatic approach, this overdeveloped sense of responsibility and accountability. When you're accountable for every 6 minutes, it does tend to impact how you structure your day or expect other people around you to structure theirs. So, and I think, just picking up on a comment Keaka made in an earlier question, I don't think, compassionate leadership does not necessarily mean not holding people to account or not being responsible for, what your portfolio. So part of compassionate leadership is also having to have the courageous and difficult conversations. But certainly when I first started, there was that, thinking I had to do everything, I had to have all the answers, and growing over time to an understanding that actually asking questions of others in your team is actually going to validate them, produce great ideas, and build a better workplace. So I don't know if it's evolution of compassionate leadership, but perhaps it's just evolution of leadership generally. Yeah.
So I'm hearing that as we grow and change as people, and naturally call it what you want, leadership, our role in an organization, that our understanding of being compassionate might change. Keaka, is that the same for you, or has that been a little bit different?
I think so. I think I've also changed in many of the ways that I've heard already. So I guess for me, some of the changes have been just personal. So I had 3 girls, and then a bit of a gap, and then a son. And then all of a sudden, I wasn't just trying to raise compassionate girls, I was trying to raise a compassionate young man. And now I have 3 grandsons, and I want them to be, these little compassionate leaders at kindy or wherever they're going to be. And I think looking at it from that perspective, without leading into our other question, that shaped things for me. I guess over time I've also been able to observe different forms of leadership. So I'm just constantly amazed at how awesome women are. I'm amazed at the leadership roles, the kind of diversity of leadership roles that are out in the community, that are in our workplaces, that are in our families, that are in our church groups, you name it. And we've got these extraordinary women who in many different ways are just showing leadership. And so the ones that speak boldly are the ones that quietly go about doing good. And then the other thing, probably just going back again to that point of the balance in leadership and the balance in compassion. I guess I'm also just drawing on my own culture again of Queen 𝗦𝗲𝘀𝘀𝗶cie, who's one of our most famous leaders in Hawaii, and this wonderful, awesome leader, who after a series of real injustices had taken place in terms of her kingdom and herself. She talked about aloha, and she talked about how aloha means that you can be too inflexible and too determined in one way, but you can also be too flexible, right? And so I think that's also the balance in the compassionate leadership is again, has to go back to the things that are right for the team, the right things that are right for the community. And we can't be compassionate enough that we let things go on that aren't right, no matter how much we love people. So I hope that kind of answers the question.
It does, thank you. Fiona, what's it been like for you?
I think the thing that's changed or evolved most for me is that I have learnt to rely on my gut feeling a lot more about how things are going, how my team members are feeling, and if it doesn't feel right, then it gives me a bit of a kick to follow up with someone to resolve whatever's going on for them. I'll give you an example. we had a recent situation in the team where we fell behind with some work, some critical work that came to the attention of the upper management, and we resolved the issue, but I know the team leader took it really hard. We had a bit of a debrief in a Zoom call, but I knew that she was still really struggling. So I was really crazy busy at the time, but I knew that I needed to do more because my gut was telling me I need to do more with this situation and support this person better. So I took the time to write an email where I acknowledged how hard she and the team were working, how grateful I was, how important the work was to the college and the school. I indicated that the situation was due to a range of reasons, including some decisions that I had made. So, you know, the accountability about, why we were in the mess that we were in. I also told her that I trusted her and her leadership of the team and committed to advocating for the team to get extra resources to get through this issue. As I said, I was really busy at the time and I could have just moved on and worked on something else, but taking the time to craft that email and sending it made a huge difference to that person. And I really needed her to be working at full steam to get through this work and get the team to doing that work. So just by sending that email, it empowered her to be able to lead the team forward. So it was, for me, relying on that gut feeling that I needed to do something extra in this situation was something that I may not have done a couple of years ago in a different role, but something that I thought about quite a lot this year because people, you know, were struggling with lots of different things. This particular woman, single mum, homeschooling a 7-year-old boy, very energetic, obviously wanted to go and do stuff outside but couldn't. So, you know, there was a lot going on in her life. And I was able to, through my actions, make a difference that empowered her to work to her full potential. So I think gut feeling, relying on that gut feeling is really critical, and that's something that's changed for me.
Thank you for that. I'm going to first off thank the participants for sending in the questions and to encourage that behavior. I'm going to take one of the questions from the participants. Rachel, this is for you. The question is can compassionate leadership be confused with weakness? And what's been your experience?
I think it can be confused with weakness, but I don't confuse it with weakness. Is my
How do you navigate that? Is it something you project, or do you know what I mean? If I was thinking of the Jacinda Ardern quote, which happens to be in my notes, about that one of the criticisms that she's faced is that she's not aggressive or assertive enough. Have you been criticized for being too compassionate?
No, I would not say that I've ever been described as too compassionate. Yeah. Because I think actually compassionate leadership is not just about being, kind and the warm fuzzy stuff. It's also actually about holding people to account, being responsible for your stuff, not abdicating responsibility to others in the team. And again, it comes back to the values. So honesty is a core value and integrity is a core value in the organisation. So we've all agreed on behaviours that reflect certain values and behaviours that don't reflect those values. And so when we see people who are behaving in a way that doesn't reflect a certain value, we are obligated to call it out in one another. That's how we do it in our organisation. So I don't think compassionate leadership has anything to do with being weak or not assertive enough. If anything, you do have to be assertive in certain situations, because part of our role is to advocate and to advocate and uffy others, and you can't do that if you're being quiet and kind.
So compassionate leadership is some steely stuff is what I'm hearing. Keaka, would you agree with that, or is it a weakness?
No, I guess I would totally agree that compassionate service is actually a strength. It takes a lot more effort and a lot more steeliness to actually care about what's actually going on in somebody else's head than to take the easy route and just not connect with other human beings. And for me, compassionate services is quite a bit about connecting with other human beings. It's really interesting because I do feel like that is a mistake that people have made about me. I think when I was younger, it was more of a personal affront, like, but I'm a good basketball player, or I'm tough, Now, I guess over the years, what I've found is that sometimes that mistake can work to my advantage. In that when I can produce and when I'm I guess actually performing real leadership and can produce some good outcomes, that then may shake up stereotypes. Sometimes on multiple levels, because to be honest, I'm never sure if they're mistaking me for compassionate leadership, or if they're making mistakes because I'm a girl, or because of my age, or because of my indigeneity or my Pacificness. And so I think there's intersectionalities there where people make a lot of mistakes and make a lot of assumptions. But I guess sometimes I'm happy for them to do that. But no, I don't think we should make that mistake. And again, I don't make that mistake. And I really, I guess I've started to look for that leadership quality in the people that I work with, that pause that a very wise person takes before they sail into something. I think that's part of compassionate leadership and just working well with other people. So I love it, and I value that highly. Yeah.
Thank you. Fiona, I'm going to ask you a new question, but you can also comment on the previous question. I want to get to this idea that we're in the time of COVID, and we are having this session online. And how does that translate as a compassionate leadership online? You can hear from my voice that I'm from the States. And there's been some challenges I come from a big family as well, with family, but in a work situation, and that online atmosphere is quite different. There's some advantages and disadvantages. For you, how has that impacted your leadership style, Fiona?
Thanks, Eva. I think it's probably been easier in one way and harder in another. So the easier bit for me was the very regular team meetings that happened. So catching up with your team, every day to start with, or every other day, was not something that I would have done if I was on campus. There may have been a fortnightly meeting or a more irregular catch up. So the fact that we were meeting regularly for shorter periods, often we would just do some chit chat where I actually got to know people a bit better. And I think getting to know people is part of understanding them and knowing what motivates them and how they're tracking and stuff. So I felt that was a good thing. The harder bit for me was around being able to pick up on those cues. So I tune into how people, the emotional intelligence is really strong with me, and it's something that I use a lot to gauge how people are travelling, and I found that more difficult, and I found that I needed to be much more direct with questions, quite specific questions, to make sure that I understand where we were at with something or how someone was going. So I think it took me longer to resolve some issues with some team members than it would have if I was in person and had been able to really tune in with what they were doing just by being in a room with someone, having a conversation and having all those cues visible.
Thank you. It does matter being in the same room. I have these two next to me in the same room, and it's a little bit different with you two out on the screen, and there are cues that you can miss. So Deanna, what's it been like for you?
I think the absolute complexity and the level of complexity that COVID has created has put us in a situation that we could never have dreamed of, but it's also enabled us to progress from a technology perspective far further than we probably would have in a 3 to 5 year period. So I think it's about aspirationally ensuring that we take the value of what we've learned and we don't just go back to business as usual, we apply it. But we've been very mindful. I mean, you know, that the complexities not only from a work perspective where we've moved online, it's also from a personal perspective where members, our colleagues, they've had impacts where their partners possibly have lost their job. I know, you know, we're in the middle of a major proposal for change, as are so many of our university colleagues. So the compassionate element of supporting staff, but also encouraging them to work in an incredibly complex environment, I think from a leadership perspective has been incredibly important, but also being realistic that the competencies that we look for when we are hiring team leaders and leaders to manage and lead and inspire groups that are in front of you are quite different competencies to trying to manage work plans and people and the complexities from a distance. So we've actually been very purposeful in what we've done, and we've developed through Microsoft Teams. It's called 6 Ways of Wellness. So every month we have a theme, and it brings, you know, I'm fortunate that I lead a team of over 200. So we've come together and we've looked at themes, and there's been look, I've signed up to Pacific Dancing. What I didn't realise then was they were going to video it and put it in a compilation, and people are now suggesting they'll pay money to see the excerpts because I couldn't dance to save myself. And I've actually got the wonderful opportunity. We've got our student outreach 10-year anniversary dinner tonight, so we will all be together in person. Apparently a few of us are going to dance, so I'm not quite sure how I'm going to get through that. But I do think it's very much about understanding people and creating opportunities where we can come together with elements of commonality that aren't necessarily within a work construct. So I think, you know, for us, having had that 6 Ways of Wellness where we've done step challenges and we've done a morning coffee catch up with your fur baby. Gosh, there's some beautiful fur babies out there. So just ensuring that we understand it's not only about the work person, it's about what's impacting on them from a whole perspective, and without encroaching on their privacy, enabling them to perhaps get to know each other and share. And I've found that I've learned more about my colleagues in the environment where we've been posting things and doing things than I probably would have in twice as long if we'd been in the same space. But it does actually reduce the opportunity, I believe, for creativity in some of those instances. That value and ability to come together and have a conversation, or even the conversations between meetings as you're trying to find a solution to a challenge as you're walking between meetings. I've really missed that, and now that we're predominantly back on campus, that's been really valuable to me.
Thank you. So some advantages and disadvantages is what I'm hearing. Keaka, I'm going to, again, allow you to answer the earlier questions if you want, but I want to get to some of the participant questions. And one of the curly ones is, we talk about the steeliness of compassionate leadership. The question was asked, how do you go about having those difficult conversations? What's your approach to that?
I think it's much easier to have those conversations if you already have a relationship, a good relationship with that person, which is another reason to build these relationships, as everyone has been saying. I guess in those kinds of conversations, I'm driven by a couple of things. I'm driven by that sense of aloha and that sense of respect for that other person, trying to understand where they're coming from, and also focusing, again, on what's already been mentioned, the long-term vision for what we're doing and the collective outcomes that we're trying to reach. So it's kind of my sense too, in terms of what I said before, when people make that mistake about compassion and weakness, the way that I steel myself is to know in myself what I'm doing and why I'm doing it. And I think that leads those conversations as well. If it's about the collective outcomes, if it's about what we need to do in order to, for instance, produce more Pacific learner success, that's a conversation worth having, and there's a way we can get through it because of that common ground. Yeah.
So Rachel, you talked about this too. I think the question was actually asked of you specifically, but I knew Keaka would have a response as well. Would you like to answer that, about what your approach to difficult conversations?
I learnt this from someone else, so I'm not going to take credit for it, but before every conversation, whether it's a good one or a difficult one, it's a good practice to have a good intention for that person before you start the conversation. And then from my approach is to reflect on how would I like to receive the communication, and to always communicate with respect. So that doesn't mean not telling the truth, but respect. How would I like to receive that communication? Yeah. But having a good intention for someone at the outset is really, I find it's quite powerful.
Okay, thank you for that. We've danced around this, and we're almost out of time, and I want to make sure we get to this question because I think it's really interesting. And I have to share with you how this question was worded for me, because it's not exactly how I would phrase it. Is compassionate leadership a gender nuanced leadership style? So that's a really polite way of saying, is this a woman thing? Fiona, what's your view?
Okay, you've asked for my view. I think some people would see it that way. It's not how I see it. I see it as a gender neutral thing. The reason why I see it that way is that I've had a really strong mentor throughout all of my leadership roles who was male and who was a compassionate leader, and he was very well respected and fantastic to work for. So I never associated compassionate leadership as a female thing because my mentor was living that as a leader. So for me, there's a catchphrase, you can't be what you can't see. And it was front and centre for me that compassionate leadership was the way to, to lead successfully and effectively right from the start. So it was visible, and it helped me to see myself as a future leader with that kind of quality as well. So no, I don't, from my experience, it's not, it's a gender neutral thing.
I like that you put your stick in the ground and you claimed your space. Thank you. Keaka, I have to give you a chance to answer this because we had a chat a little bit about this, and I want to give you a chance to put your stake in the ground as well.
Thank you. No, I also don't think it's a gender thing, nuanced or otherwise. I actually think that we have an old school style that we associate with the old boys network, and we consider that to be a male style, but it's really just old school leadership style. I think innovative leadership, current leadership models are more about compassionate leadership, and it's, I guess, just like has already been said, I've seen both. I've seen women adopt an old school, old boys network leadership style that doesn't work very well for them. And I've seen men just fantastic, compassionate leaders. And I've also benefited from folks like that. So,
thank you. So Deanna, this is another question from the participants. How do you go about picking a team? Are there certain personality types that you try to avoid, or what's your approach to building a good team?
Well, I think it's actually about ensuring that everybody has a voice, and that we have a natural ability where we tend to gravitate to people that are similar to us, and that actually isn't a good thing for a team. It is actually, in order for us to be aspirational and think differently, we do need different thinkers. But in order to do that, you then need to have an architecture that supports people's ability to have a voice. And then you actually need a really good work plan and roadmap that keeps us very, very focused on what those decisions are, so that we're actually moving forward and we're not constantly brainstorming, we're actually putting that into practice. So when I look at picking another member for the team, I then very much look at, what are those key competencies first and foremost, because that will absolutely drive their success. But then also looking at what their other abilities are, and trying to ensure that we look at the sum of the whole rather than the individual. So if we are in a position where we need somebody perhaps with stronger IT skills, or we need somebody perhaps with project management skills that isn't part of the current team's strength, then I will very much focus on that. But you've actually, we talk about conscious and unconscious bias, and even unconscious bias can set us on the wrong path. So you have to be very, very aware of what it is that you're wanting to achieve, because often in an interview perspective, you get 25, 30 minutes with somebody, and that might not necessarily reflect their best self, and you've got to take that into consideration. I've been really fortunate, we have developed some amazing teams, but I also think at some stage, sadly, you won't be able to fix every single relationship. And you do your best to help people blend, but when that doesn't happen, that's that authenticity. You've got to have some compassionate but honest conversations.
Thank you for that. It is already, believe it or not, time for us to wrap up. I like that we ended with teams, because that was a lot of what we talked about is that shared responsibility. And I also appreciated that that this is not an easy or cliche approach to leadership. So, I look for a particular nugget when I attend a panel session, but I feel like I got a bag full of nuggets. So I really, please, participants, audience, join me in virtually thanking, giving that intention, our panelists. I really, really appreciate it. It's been awesome to do this with WATTLE. I look forward to doing that again. I think it's such a good approach. So thank you all for joining us and being here. I really appreciate it. Before you go, I just want to let WATTLE participants know that you'll be signing off of our platform and signing in to the WATTLE platform. You get a little bit of a break. I'm going to just look at my notes. You get a little bit of a break, and WATTLE, you're joining your separate Zoom session at 2:55. That's a very specific time, but it's my notes, 2:55. So WATTLE colleagues, we thank you for joining us. Enjoy the rest of your symposium, and thank you very much. Now, Hanli is with me on my right-hand side. We have a virtual prize to give away.
We do have a virtual prize, as we discussed earlier. We have 4 L'Oreal baskets, and one's already been won this morning. And so, Eva, this is the next winner for you to announce.
Very exciting. Okay, so the winner of the L'Oreal basket is Sophie Heyman from AUT. So Sophie will be getting you that basket.
Absolutely.
Okay. Hanli and I want to talk to you a little bit about the virtual drinks, which is coming up next. And the organizing group talked about virtual drinks and said, oh, we would run, right? So we were trying to think of a way where virtual drinks is going to be fun and you're not going to run. So Hanli, you want to talk about that?
Yes, thank you, Eva. So really, I'm going to shut down this session. As you have done with your developmental sessions, you will have a Join Now button to link into the Zoom meeting to connect with each other in the virtual room. We have to do that so that we can come out of the panel view and into the participants view. So you have a Join Now button. If it doesn't work, please email amanda.till@waikato.ac.nz. We will have hosts in those breakout rooms who will end the day for you. We will not come back into this session. We will, however, see you back here at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning for a very good fun-filled day. Our keynote speaker tomorrow, Teresa Gatting, our Deputy Vice-Chancellor Academic, Dr. Professor Robin Longhurst will be here in the morning, and you will hear from our Barber Sisters, which is our very own academic sisters who will be talking with Professor Bryony tomorrow. Very good. That's over and out from me, and we'll see you in the virtual room. Ka kite anō.
The world is a big, wonderful place, full of opportunities. No two countries are the same, and no two mobility programs are either. We know the complexities that come with moving employees and their families across borders, both for your business and your relocating employees. We can advise you on how to best develop or modify your mobility program. Whatever the size and needs of your business, we deliver a customized approach. And to simplify everything, we operate through a single point of coordination. From tailored advice to practical support, our robust knowledge of international immigration policy means you can relax. We'll assist in pre-planning, paperwork, visas, and everything else along the way. Our focus is on your compliance. Financial transparency and control are critical to every mobility program success. We can help you with both program budgeting and management of associated costs. We have a full suite of flexible mobility services to enhance all aspects of your program. Together, we can build the best international relocation experience for your employees, their families, and your business. Global in scope, human in scale.